Hello, friends. It is lovely to see you. And here we are, ready for another RimWorld adventure. We currently have 2 RimWorld adventures happening. One on Wednesday and one on Friday. The Wednesday one currently has named characters, named for chat. Chiefly for subs, and the Friday one currently doesn't, but we might go in that direction. So I'm going to jump into the game relatively quickly here. Haha dogs, hello. Constellatio, hello. Pulling up the game, which should be right here. There we are. We are loading into the tribe of the Delta. Delta is Wednesday. Yes, Delta is Wednesday. We have our original 5 tribal level survivors. Something terrible happened to their they were attacked by mechanoids, and so they had to run, and they have been establishing this new place, and so far no sound. Okay, hang on. There's that button, but there's more. There's music. That should be good. What do we think? We have music. We have button pushing noises. Should be good. Thank you for helping me look out for that. Even when the game is on pause, the music should be audible. But I had the music inaudible in multiple ways, which is quite a trick. Today I have a frosty coffee. I can't say it's exactly delicious because it's my first attempt at making a coffee, I don't know, a cold coffee, a coffee float, a coffee something. Something coffee, something cold. In my Vitamix. I haven't pulled out my Vitamix. It was in storage, inaccessible for ages, and now it's accessible, but I hadn't, pulled it out and used it, so I did not really have the right ingredients, and I tried to get creative, and it's definitely drinkable, and it's definitely coffee. It is not terrible, but neither is it everything that I was hoping for, so it's not a cold brew, no. I made it with instant because it was probably about half an hour before stream when I realized, oh my gosh, it's 70 degrees, 21°C in my room. And it's a little warm. And then I'm going to be playing RimWorld, which will make my computer make the room even warmer. And I'm going to be shutting my door and putting a pillow across the gap in the bottom of the door. So the decision was made. Cold coffee it will be. All right, so the thing that I love the most... Oh, no. Excuse me just a moment while I try to make my mouse operate properly. All right, the thing that I really love about this colony is that we have this lovely large enclosure for our animals, off of which we are building a variety of rooms. So we started out here with a storeroom, and then we divided it into storeroom and room. And then we divided the room into workroom and eating room. And we were sleeping in the workroom. And now we finally made private bedrooms. And down here, hang on, did I do that right? You couldn't see that mousing that I was doing until now. Mine is a wired mouse, but occasionally there gets to be a bit of gunk in the scroll wheel. Hello, Water. Water, I was watching your VOD today before stream, and I got about halfway through it. I was like, no, I don't want to start my stream while Water's still streaming. But I was just watching the VOD because I missed stream last night, but I was having a good time watching the VOD. We have can we do a shout out for the I Feel It in the Water, please? That would be wonderful. We have a prison and a brewery. Everything should be great, right? What kind of wildlife do we have? We could tame some alpacas. That could be a thing. We have a grizzly bear. That's a bit concerning. We have some tame muffaloes, so we might not need to also tame more muffaloes. Let's see what is this? The steel marker pen has a disallow on it. I don't know what that means. Let's allow the steel pen marker, I mean. So yes, Water is a very long time friend and community member who is now streaming on the regular as of this week. And so yeah, that's a thing that's happening, and I'm very happy about that. Constellatio here in the game is harvesting cloth, because that's how it works on the Rim. Technology has improved to the point where even if you are a tribal culture wearing cloth tribal wear, you can harvest cloth directly from the field. You just grow the cloth right on the plants and it gets harvested in bolts. Pretty cool. So we have researched complex furniture, which allows us to do things like build chairs that are comfy. Now this armchair, I have just now realized nobody's going to sit in an armchair and read a book. It's not a thing. We're supposed to put the armchairs next to the tables, and the armchairs actually don't appear to have arms, but that's okay. We're going to just reinstall it here next to the table. And this we will just uninstall and find another place for it later on. All right, it's a little dirty in the kitchen. What can we do about that? After cooking, maybe some cleaning, preferably cooking after cleaning, but if we can't have it that way, we'll have it this way. So Mole is our construction expert. Constellatio is our plant expert. Irizanyo is our cooking expert. Salune does the lots of things, mining and art. And I shoot things and take care of animals, mostly. And still working on the OBS. All right. But after you've gone live with the OBS, then there's gonna be no stopping us from shouting you out. I'm afraid. I'm just putting that out there now so that you can like mentally prepare yourself for that. I think we had a quest we were working on already. Was there? Ooh, no, definitely not. All right, a quest for our consideration. Should we choose to accept it? Actually, I don't think they have books. Books as a form of entertainment, recreation are not a thing? I just realized that. That's terrible. All right. We have been requested 270 light leather. Light leather. Is wild boar light leather? We can find out. I think wild boar might be light leather. All right, let's look at this quest. Antioch would like 270 light leather. They are 7 hours away. We have 7.8 days to decide, I think. I'm not quite sure whether this time limit is until we can decide or until we actually have to show up with it. I used to think it was until we have to show up with it, and now I'm not so sure about that. They are offering to trade us 66 jade and a psychic insanity lance, which I used to use earlier on in my RimWorld playthroughs, but I don't tend to use them anymore. A marine helmet of excellent quality. I like that idea. Or 20 goodwill. A marine helmet is rather OP for this stage of the game. For me. I wonder if goodwill would be... I don't know. I feel like goodwill... There are other ways to increase goodwill. I wish I could have an option to just trade it straight up for silver. But it's always a trade and not a payment. I guess I'll say marine helmet. We'll give it a go. Oh no! Now I see. That's accepting. And now I have 20 days. I should have waited 8 days or 7 days. Now I have to hustle. Well, currently Alex is sleeping. And that's not good because I need to get on the hunting thing. Let's look at my work schedule. Hunting, priority 1, schedule. My schedule's a little different from everybody else. I'm supposed to be working starting at the top of the hour. All right, hopefully I'll get up and do that. Technically, I'm not supposed to be on sleeping time. I'm supposed to be on whatever time, but now I'm eating during work time. I don't know. This sounds too realistic. Too much like me. Sleeping during whatever time. All right, now I'm hunting the wild boar. This is what we want to learn. Is wild boar going to bring in what we need? Okay, we have quite a bit of mining that Solune could do. I've prepared a bit of a way to protect ourselves here. I need to do the same over here. I've prepared... Oh, we had an attacker here. I need to do something about that. Let's see. We need another grave. That will do. Who builds things? It's Mole. Mole is resting. Could you... Oops, no, not open a grave. Could you, before you go to bed, just quickly dig us one more grave? That would be wonderful. And Irizano, our chef extraordinaire, is cooking us 4 simple meals. All right, we've had all sorts of progress. I don't want to chase these boar right off the edge of the map. I'm a little concerned with the way things are going here. Yep, 2 board just ran right off the edge of the map. That's not great. What if I went over here? That way it would hopefully... How could I have missed? That close and I missed so badly. How could I have missed? This could take a little while. We will, in the meantime, have a look at our plans for construction. So, we've made our workbench here for the brewery, special brewery workbench. We have gotten the room at a reasonable temperature for fermenting, and we need to make some wort. I think I will ask Irizanyu to do that in the morning. That is a cooking related activity. So Lune is going to shoot more accurately for the next 8 days. Maybe we could ask Solune to help with the hunting. How is Solune at things like hunting? Yeah, can do if he were to have the right equipment. Have we got the right equipment? What kind of equipment has Solune got? An Ikwa. That will not do. All right. Todd, are you injured? You are not. Okay. I was a little worried there. Okay. Well, we can make... Let's go ahead and make a great bow. And we'll pop that up to the top of the priority list. Oh no, we cannot make a great bow. Never mind, I take it back. We don't know how. We also don't know how to make a recurve bow. Oh no, no wonder we only have one hunter short bow. Yes indeed, we can do that. Let's prioritize that. And who's good at that kind of thing? Who knows how to craft things? Solune himself. Better than anyone? Indeed. Alright. Interesting that I have that as such a low priority for Mole, given that there's a minor passion there. Let me think this through. I don't think it makes sense. I think Mole should do this. We have 3 miners in our camp. That's amazing. We just haven't found the time to do any mining. All right, we can uninstall that in the morning. Very good. I think I'm going to ask Solune to go ahead and make that bow for the hunt because Solune is up and at 'em and Mole is not yet. Oh wait, hang on. Hang on there. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I see a bunch of bows up here. Some of them are terrible. This one is fine. So Luna, you don't need to make that. We'll just equip this and remove that bill. Fine. Just fine. I should have brought a spoon. Oh wait, I do have a spoon. Haha, I have a spoon from my yogurt snack from earlier. Because this foaminess, I don't know if you can hear that. This icy foaminess on the top of my coffee. This needs breaking up. Other priorities at the moment, Constellatio, is that what I understand? No pressure. There's a puppy. Oh my gosh. This was not our intention. Yorkshire puppies and foxes, not my intention. I see. All right. We could make another light. At least. Okay. So the early risers are up. It's 4 a.m. I don't know why everyone is up at 4 a.m., but what is this? A guide dog. That's adorable. Adorable. Malgrande hundo. Hundetto. All right, we have terpomoi, potatoes. Did Mole make that grave? Yes, indeed. Who is in the best mood? That's Solune. Solune, could you please do us the favor of burying our enemy over here? And that stuff can be hauled eventually. Banger has lost a skill. Attack. That's on me. Well, when Banger wakes up, I'm sure I can do something about it. If Banger wakes up before I go off hunting. Alright, now, Solune needs a little bit more encouragement to go hunting, like any at all. Hundino, yes. It is a female doggo. And Hundido is a puppy. Doggo offspring. And Sonia has lost a skill. All right. I know. I've gone off to hunt the boar, but I'm gonna come back and train the dogs first before I go hunting. Solune is crafting, which is a 2 priority when hunting is a 1 priority. That's interesting. Hundetto is a small dog. Malgranda hundo or hundetto, same thing. All right, that didn't take very long. I don't understand. Oh, that's because I didn't train both dogs. All right, Sonia, did that work? Did I do a good job? I did not. I did a terrible job. Sonia did not learn anything. All right, and what about Banger? They have forgotten how to attack on our behalf. Granda Hundo is big dog. It's possible that there's a specific word for a mastiff that I do not know. All right, it worked. Banger learned something, and I am off hunting. All right, Irisanyo's going to the nearby potato field to grab some potatoes that have been harvested So Luna is burying our enemy who did not survive this series of traps that we laid here. And it looks like, let's see, I was going to use this area to store animal feed. Is that correct? Yes, this is a cloth animal flap. That means I can store hay and kibble in here. I thought I had already done that, but evidently not. Hay and kibble. Very good. All right, Mole is acting like he doesn't have much to do. That means I need to start planning building some more traps. I think that's reasonable there. And then once those are built, we will make a pathway through here. All right. So how is the hunt going? Not very well. The hunt is going so well that I'm bringing back a component. Looks like the animals that I was hunting have gone off the edge of the map. We might not be successful at this. The smoke leaf leaves need hauling. All right, spike traps are being built. Might be a bit quicker to get those built if I went ahead and dug out this here. Much as that's kind of dangerous, I think I'll go ahead and do it. Can Mole dig? Indeed. All right. Well, going in that direction is just fine. That makes perfect sense. Pauline, saluton. I am doing okay. It is warm here today. How are you? I am starting with RimWorld today. I'm going to do some music in a little while. Getting some writing done. Good for you. It's cold where you are. The weather is wacky. The weather is absolutely wacky. Let's try tearing up these floors here because I'm hoping that we can have dirt floors there and grow some grass there. You know. All right, who else can help with this hauling? So Luna is researching. Researching is great. I hate to disturb it. Irizanyo is cooking. Cooking is also great. Hate to disturb it. Building spike traps. So productive. Constellatio could help. Because we got to get the harvest in, or it will just rot in the field. Stretching my back a little bit. My back did not feel good when I woke up this morning. And I really hope that is not a thing to do with my mattress, because I am not about getting a new mattress right now. That is not in the cards. Oh, congratulations. That's wonderful. I like harvesting. Well, everyone did like harvesting very much, and then they left what they had harvested sitting there in the field and didn't bring it in. And that's the problem. It's wonderful news. Wonderful, wonderful news. There are definitely scholarships to be had. So if any of you are thinking about trying out NASC, do not hesitate to apply for a scholarship. Uranium. All right, hang on. Why am I mining steel when there's plenty of steel to be had? That's not a good use of my time. Uranium, on the other hand, we don't have a lot of it. So yeah, go ahead. That's fine. Not that we really need it yet, but it's a useful trade good until we do. All right, I'm sewing. Not sewing on buttons, but sewing plants. I think before we sow new plants, we really should bring in the harvest, because there's harvest sitting around everywhere. People are not hauling prioritarily. Let's look at the problem. Hauling. 1 for everybody except for Solune. But not as high as, for example, other things. All right, Constellatio is the one closest to the problem. We're going to interrupt the work on the new field in order to finish the work on the old field. It's getting on towards evening again. Mole is eating the simple meal. I saw a video, guys. I've been watching occasionally a video here and there with people explaining things about RimWorld, and a lot of people in the comments are like, oh my goodness, I've been playing for this many hours and I didn't know that thing. So when somebody makes a video and there's a whole bunch of tips in it, there's going to be a tip that you didn't know. So somebody made a video that explained how close does a chair at a table, not the table, the chair at the table, need to be to your pawn for them to decide to go there to eat and therefore not get a mood debuff for eating without a table, rather than just eating where they are. And the answer is 33. In any direction, it's circular, evidently. 33 is not very far. As you can see from where these rocks are, each of these rocks is one space. So 33 is not very far. Which means, for example, this room needs to have the chair at the table. These stools are at the table. These stools are at the table. This is not an eating table. But basically it means, since I'm sending people out to the fields, it's like I need to build a little dining room near the fields. Everywhere where there's a field, or people are going to get that mood debuff. That's a lot. That's a lot. The least I can do, just to start out with, is make sure that every room that I have also can function as a dining room. And the nicer the room is, the better, but at least it'll increase the chances of their sitting at a table to eat. So let's see. Let's put a table here. And we have some spare dining chairs. Yes, here's a chair. Let's install that chair. I think, let's do this. We'll put that chair here. And we'll put the table here. And we'll put another chair here. And that will give us a slightly wider area, taller anyway, area, where they will perhaps choose that. Okay, how are we doing on our hunting? How's our leather coming along? We need light leather. 43, 60. Okay, we can use this over here, somewhere here. Raw resources. Nope. Textiles are not raw resources. Here we go. Leathers. Plain leather. Light leather. 237. Do we already have what we need for our quest? We almost have what we need for our quest. We need 270. That's good news. Very good news. Outdoors picnic area. Actually, I saw the cutest thing. Somebody had built a map that just, I mean, it was so aesthetic. And they had this area where there was a campfire and picnic tables, basically, around the campfire. And it looked so cozy. And it was so clean. Of course, in reality, they don't seem to always keep it that clean. Maybe they were running with some mods, it's possible. Let's see, this is the hay. This is going to be cotton. This was cotton and now it's daylilies and rice and roses. All right. There. That has to do with relative soil richness. Fair, fair, fair. Okay, we have a tiny bit of potatoes here and a bigger bit of potatoes here. Everybody sleeping. This building has not been happening because he's focusing on this, and that's just fine. All right. Question being, will we continue those on, or will this be enough? I think we'll make a few more. I'm gonna have Solune mine these, just that one. Hopefully he'll do just that one. And let's see, if we send him then over here, I think we can plan to build a spike trap where that bit of steel is. Okay. Progress. And I'm really encouraged about our quest because so far I haven't been doing a good job at succeeding at quests. Let's look at our map here for a second. Here's our world. It's nighttime. Coming on towards morning. And there's an item stash here, which is very dangerous. And there's advanced components, but we're a low-tech tribal colony. These are the things we know about. Advanced components are not something that matters to us very much right now. It's not worth it because we don't even have great armor and weapons yet. So we are learning about smithing right now. And we're not even halfway into it, but at the same time, this is something that I haven't really gotten into in any of my colonies before, making plate armor and long blades. So my colonies have always been tribal, and they've never really gone even so far as medieval. So this colony is one of the ones in which I'm taking a different tack with the research on Irizanyo's suggestion. She plays RimWorld as well. And so I'm researching things in the order of amount of time that it's going to take, especially because I have tribal tech. It takes them longer to research everything, and so if they go in order of the amount of time that it takes to research it, they are using the research to upgrade their skills so that they can research relatively faster. It's never going to be fast for them, but relatively faster. All right, here's where we are. The people that we're trying to trade with are where? Here. Oh, as close as can possibly be. We have 18.4 days to deliver them 270 leather. And we're so close already. Cutting tall grass. So here's the thing. We're never going to get any closer if we don't do some more hunting. The question is, are the wild boars what we need for light leather? Constellatio has experienced an inspiration thanks to high mood. We'll shoot more accurately for the next 8 days. All right, so we've got Constellatio and Solune being like, hey, I'm inspired by this quest. Let's get it done. So Constellatio carries a mace, but there's a revolver here. We could... What do you think? Constellatio, would you like a revolver that's 73% or a short bow that's 95%? We'll go back to mace carrying, but temporarily, if you have a preference, you can indicate your choice. No need to... Oh, Sonia and Banger are at it again. This was not the plan. All right. We're just gonna go ahead and pick the revolver. It's a little faster, and talk about your weapon of choice. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were here, so I will let you choose. You don't have to. I can choose if you don't want to choose, but I just wanted to give you the option. It's one of those perks of I have so few perks I can give you all. Letting you choose a weapon if you want to seems like a reasonable perk. Look how tiny the puppy is. Oh my goodness. Oh, the puppy is hiding. Puppy doesn't need to hide. Puppy can be unrestricted. Let's see. Anybody else hiding? Yeah, we got hiding animals. That's just gonna make more mess for us to clean up. All right, Constellatio. You have grabbed the revolver as your weapon. If you want that to be different, I can change that later. Okay, Alex has succeeded at hunting a boar. Oh, please don't just leave it there. Oh, there's nowhere to take it. All right, let's see. We need a shelf, but until such time as we have a shelf, we're going to allow no rotten, but animals. Okay. All right. So while you're still here, please haul that. Okay. So how is it going here? Pretty darn well. Oh, Irizano is digging at that compacted steel. That's not what I had hoped. Is there any other digging we can do? Yeah, let's instead come dig at this. Oh, eating out in the field. See, this far away from everything, chances of me finding a picnic table? I mean, should I really make picnic tables outside everywhere? They wouldn't mind, would they? Eating outside? I just don't even know. And you know what? It will, if I build picnic tables everywhere, those areas will attract raiders to that, and they'll attack that, which will give me more time to prepare. It's an idea. We might as well try it. Let's try it. The little table. We can consider putting we can consider putting a roof on it. Let's keep it simple and make a stool, take a stool to it, and we could just use one of these because there are so many stools. We'll just reinstall that stool there. And we'll reinstall that stool there. I don't know whether this is going to work or not, but hey, it's worth a try. Putting some things in some places. Alright, Constellazio's off on the hunt. I think it's this boar that is being hunted now. And I'm bringing home the bacon. Are these glow stools grown? Not yet. I'd go through the prison. I suppose that's reasonable. Given the givens. How are all of our animals doing? Pretty darn well. Training is not going great because I've been prioritizing other things. Let's look at my priorities here. Animal training. Ah, my animal training is not a high enough priority. Somebody needs it to be a number one priority, and that's really me. Okay, that was my bad. Oh, interesting. What is interesting? What have you discovered? Now I'm interested. Okay. Time to relax socially by the fire with a smoke leaf joint. That seems a perfectly reasonable thing in a tribal colony. You know, you gotta relax at some point, in some way. We're going to dig up these flagstones here so that we can... Hello? Cancel does not work. Remove floor, on the other hand. Yes, we want to grow more grass there and other things. Can't do it when there's a flagstone floor. Harvesting berries is a delicious thing to do. And we could bring in this cloth before it goes bad. Okay, Mole is working on these spike traps. Oh, much progress being made. How excellent. All right, now we can build another spike trap right there. I think it's just about time that we can allow this to be dug out there. Build another spike trap here. There. Like so. And that way, if anybody comes in this way, boy, it doesn't matter how many they come with, we will be fine. And this area has room for more spike traps. And where are our other weak points? This is one, honestly, because they come up on us pretty quickly. Even though this isn't a large area, sometimes they move pretty quickly. So happily, they usually come from this area here, and they usually hug this wall, despite the fact that we have traps there. So, seems good. All right, our hops and our psychoid leaves also need hauling. All right, rather than... I feel like the hauling thing, I wish the mechanic worked differently for the decision-making process for them. I wish if they were in an area where they saw something that needed hauling and they were going somewhere near where it needed hauling to, that would be just kind of like, oh, let's take this with me while I'm going. Because a lot more things would get hauled that way. Unfortunately, these dogs that I have are not the right size dogs for hauling. So I can't count on them to help me get it done. But these are just rotting out here and going to go to waste. Constellazio needs a picnic spot out here. We're going to put a picnic spot right here in the middle of the fields and see how it goes. These are our experimental picnic benches. Woof. Yes. I mean, the puppies are great at nuzzling people and can theoretically be told to go attack, but that really kind of only works if you have a very large pack of them, and frankly, they just eat all my food, and I don't want to have a pack of Yorkshire Terriers. I know they're some people's favorite dogs, and that's wonderful, but it was just not what I had in mind for my tribal colony. They don't seem practical, let's just say, compared to huskies, maybe, or even Labrador retrievers. Great for hauling. Smart doggos. Okay. People are winding down for the evening. Elisanyo's still cooking up a storm. I would enjoy when we go to deliver our light leather, which we still only have 237 of. Alpacas are not going to help us. Muffalos are not going to help us. What do we need to do? We should have tamed one of those wild boars. Regrets. We might have to go trading to make the loop. Sorry, just hit my microphone. But when we go, I'd like to do a variety of trading. So what we might do is make a loop like this. Or even a loop like this. Just to make sure. It won't be a very long trip. let's look and see how long of a trip would it be theoretically if we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 days. Have we got enough food for 2 people for 2 days? I'm going to check on that. I think so. Look at this. Yeah. We've got some food. Not a ton, but we've got some food. Lady Sonia's been doing a great job at that. All right. If we sent 2 people, who would it be? Our best trader with Solune. And then our best all-round fighter, who is it Constellazio? Is it me? Man, Solune is a great fighter all by self. Oh gosh. Constellazio's always so busy with all of the plants. I feel like I'm the one that should go with Solune. When we wake up in the morning, then we can set off on a trip, hopefully, to go buy the rest of the light leather that we need. Hopefully we'll find some other things to take with us to sell. Maybe even smoke leaf leaves. Can we finish up making before we go? Who makes things well? Solune does. And who else does? Somebody else is a good crafter. Crafting. Mole. All right. We'll make another crafting spot just to get this done as quickly as possible. So at this crafting spot, we're also going to be making smoke leaf joints. Hopefully someone that we will be visiting will be interested in buying some. This will be how we make some money on the rim. It's not illegal on the rim. All right. How are we coming with this? Excellent. We are coming excellent. All right, all of these are finished, which is wonderful. Somebody needs to repair that. Besides Mole, is there anybody who can do construction? Irizano, just if you could get those back up and running. Not up and running, but up in good working shape. I know it's not your primary task, but oh, hello? Someone else needs burying. We were busy last time, and I just didn't remember what had happened last week. That's how it goes. I just don't usually remember what happened last week. It's one of the unfortunate things about having 2 different RimWorld colonies, one for my Esperanto stream on Friday and one in English. But I've always assumed that it just wouldn't work for the viewers. It would work fine for me to have one colony that I play, and then the only thing different is the language. But I just assume, and maybe I'm wrong, how do you guys feel about it? I just assume that that would not work for the viewers, for me to be playing the same colony in different languages on different days. I just assume people wouldn't watch that. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Now, one reason to mine here, even though I don't technically need steel right now, more steel right now, is that I need some more space. All right, so Lune is on the job. I'm having breakfast. Mole is getting to work. Constellazio's gonna have breakfast. All right, we'll see if we get a little bit more leather by slaughtering the sow. There's 2 female piglets coming up. Could you please haul that before you walk away? Thank you very much. My goodness, people just leaving dead pigs all over the place. All right, we need to make another grave. Maybe Mole could take a little time out to do that. Everybody's in such a good mood. This is crazy. We are doing better than I ever have been in this game, mood-wise, across the board. Like, Constellazio's got 100%. Alex has 82%. Solune's 100%. Irizano's 80%. And Mole is 84%. Let's just say a lot better than in real life. I've been struggling of late. Can't explain it. I have tamed an alpaca. Aw. Hooray. Okay. So Lune and Mole are working on processing the smoke leaf so that we have something to take with us to trade when Lune and Alex go on their trading journey. I think what we'll do today is we'll make that trading journey, and when those two get back, we will make the switch into music. My energy isn't great today, but doing 2 different activities kind of helps me a little bit. And I think I might find that my energy's a little bit higher if I switch into singing rather than gaming, especially given that when I woke up, my back was a bit sore. So that could help. All right, training the puppy. Todd's eating an egg. Please don't eat my fertilized turkey egg. Okay. Irizano keeps working on making meals, which is great because we're trying to get up a little stockpile because the travelers are going to be taking a lot. Ooh, one of the dogs is all the way back up in their training for attack, and the other one, nothing. So it's lightning, and now there's a fire in the field. Could everybody please go? No, Constellazio cannot. I can. Luckily it's raining. We'll send 2 people and it'll be gone already by the time they get there. That's fine. We don't want all of this to burn up. Actually, it doesn't matter because it's already rotting in the field. They could bring some back while they're at it. while you're all out here, please do haul some of this. Excellent. We've got Mole coming out to haul some as well. See, when they just do it, it doesn't take all that much time. So here's Constellazio harvesting rice, and there's cloth sitting here from the last harvest. What? I mean, what? If I ask you to do that, you'll come back and keep working on the harvesting, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that'll work. Alright, Mole's gonna come up here and haul some of that. Irizanyo's not that far away from it, so we'll say take a turn at that as well. Aha! So Lune's eating here, so that means theoretically this is a useful place to put one of those. I think maybe until I figure out what to do about the hauling, a good stopgap measure would be just to look at where people are and see what's around that they could theoretically haul. Like, I could haul that because it's kind of on my way. A little bit. Hi. Okay. Another fire. So Lune's hauling that there. I'm hauling that there. Irizanyo's already on the way. Could you maybe? No, it's not in the home area. That's fine. Oh, there's so many fires. This one is in the home area. Okay. Instead of playing poker, maybe prioritize extinguishing that fire. That'd be great. Ah, some of it is not in the home area. We'll have to expand that just a smidgen. It won't take long. Fire, 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 says Constellazio. Indeed. All right. We are almost finished processing the smoke leaf. I don't know why Solune is researching when we've got smoke leaf to work on. Also Mole's building when we've got smoke leaf to work on. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. They attack the fire like they attack enemies and prey. They beat it out with cloths, I think, is the official story. The character animation is literally beating the fire. Yeah. It is a bit odd. Okay, Constellazio's having a dinner. And maybe we could do a little cleaning and haul that light leather. Let's see, how are we doing on our leather? 237. That's close enough. And we're going to be trading for more. So Lune has a very shiny hat, as one does on the rim. What am I doing? I'm training the dog. That's what I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted by lightning. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, sorry to disturb your dog training again, but Yerizanyo's coming. Solune, come that way. Alright, let's get on that. Send you all. And that way you can... Oh man, back spasm. Yikes. Owie, owie. Owie. Oh, we've got no place to store it? What? Okay. This is ridiculous. Stockpile zone. Cycle. Oh no, wait. Wait, is that what this is? Right. That doesn't go there. That's not where that goes. Delete that. Delete that. It should really go maybe on a shelf near where we cook. Okay. How convenient that there was a fire in the field, which allowed us to take advantage of sending people out there in order to bring things back. And eventually, poor Sonia will get her training. She has completely forgotten how to attack. Stretching! Alright. We'll zoom out. We can see what everybody's doing during stretching time. Wow. Sonia is bonded to Solune, so that means Sonia will come along on our trip. Oh, that feels good. And we'll zoom back in, see what things are. Constellazzio's enjoying a game of solitaire. Mole and Solune are working on the smoke leaf harvest. We're almost there. Keep thinking we're almost there, and then we have a fire. All right. Thank you for that stretch. Okay, so we obviously need to change the priority here because nobody has moved anything into our storage area for animal feed, and while we have plenty of food growing for the animals that we have and then some, still it makes sense to store the animal feed where the animals can access it. Yes, that's the plan. All right. I think more important than harvesting is bringing in things that are sitting there in the field. That is my opinion. All right. Mole and Solune are still at it. Hopefully they're also gaining skill in crafting. Let's see. Are we gaining skill? Ugh, you guys are walking away. Let's try again. We got just a little bit more to do here. Maybe we can get through it. More than just a little bit. All right, so crafting. No, that's not what we're learning. Is it cooking that we're learning? What skill are we using here? I'm so baffled that I'm going through these skills one at a time to see which skill they're increasing. Is it plants? Nope. Nothing's moving. Fire. Medical? One could argue. We are increasing no skills whatsoever. That's all right. That's all right. I'm curious as to what skills we're using. Crafting spot. We should be crafting at the crafting spot. Yes? One would think. Crafting. But I don't see that moving. Maybe it's increasing so slowly that we cannot see it moving. Yes. You know what? Maybe I should rename the stretching redemption somehow to encourage everybody to partake. Or maybe I just need to say those words with my mouth. Or maybe it's enough just to do the stretching and that people will just kind of like instinctively feel like stretching. And then they'll join me if they feel like it. All right, everybody else has gotten to go to sleep. And not only are Mole and Salune still at it, but there's still quite a bit more smoke leaf to go. So we're not going to finish tonight. And when they're through with this batch, which I cannot tell how long there is in this batch, I'm going to let them go to bed because it's 2 a.m. Definitely time. Oh, Mole has decided to keep working, not to go to bed. All right, that's your choice. I would have let you go to bed, but hey, if you're into it, you just, yep, Salune's feeling the same way. Just totally into it. Rip simple meals. Oh no. We only have 21 left. That's okay, because we'll take as many as we need, and then Irizanyo will be on it. We have plenty of ingredients. Need warm clothes, but we're in permanent summer. The outdoor temperature is going to reach 5°C. Okay. Okay. But whatever we make, we need to not have it be out of light leather. No light leather right now. Or human leather, please. Thank you. Let's make pants until we have pants. I know that sounds crazy. But what that means is they'll make a pair of pants and somebody will come along and be like, hey, cool pants. I'd like to wear these. And then they put them on and then we don't have pants there waiting to be worn anymore. And so then we make more pants until we have a pair of pants that's our spare pair of pants. And that's how that works. And you'd think that works great, except for it gets a little confusing when people are like, oh, this pair of pants is in better condition than my pair of pants. And they switch their pants, new pants for old pants. And then we have these old pants sitting there that, of course, nobody wants to wear. Old worn out pants. And yet they count towards Oh, there's obviously a button-down shirt here somewhere. And here it is. Nobody wants to wear that. There's a way of burning those things in the campfire. Sometimes that works for me, sometimes that doesn't. We'll see. What kind? I would think... What kind of jacket do we want? Duster is good for what kind of temperature? It improves the temperature by 10 degrees. Jacket? Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to look at the jacket information. Jacket improves by 14 degrees on the cold end. And parka, of course, is going to be overkill. 36 degrees, yikes. Okay. I feel like for us in permanent summer, a duster has got to be good. And plus it looks really cool. Let's make dusters. It takes 80 ingredients. Why is it? In what ways would a duster be better than a jacket? Does it help with warmth? It helps with warmth by 15 degrees. I feel like maybe duster is the answer. Jacket. View jacket. Warmth by 5 degrees. Yeah, duster, even though it takes 10 more ingredients, more material, I think duster's the answer. Now, of course, what material we choose changes what results we get. But I think we're just probably going to make cloth. Let's see. Duster, fabric or leather? View duster. Change material. Cloth. Cloth. Okay. That's fine. We have cloth. Let's make dusters out of cloth. Well, I'd accept double strand hyperweave or synthread. We don't have it, but we should just accept those until we have one. Mole and Salune have still not gone to bed. Look at you guys. You're taking advantage of the fact that you're in such a good mood to treat yourselves terribly, and I'm not down with it. I'm just not behind it at all. You're ravenously hungry. I'm gonna just make you cue that meal, please. All right. Let's have a look at a duster made of... Okay, for cloth, we've got 10 and 15. For synthread, better. Double strand, better. We'll eventually have double strand. Hyperweave, better. Great. Cloth is fine. Everything else that we said is better. Let's also make this out of cloth, double strand, hyperweave, or synthread. And the pants. There. And that should See, we don't have a shirt made out of those materials, do we? Is it cloth? It's not. It's buffalo wool. Okay. Well, that's how that game mechanic works, I suppose. Sonia, good. Getting a little attention finally. And the puppy? Yes, the puppy's getting some attention and training. Excellent. How's the puppy doing on the training? Not so well. I'm still working on it. Still working on it. All right, Mole is right back into it. Did you stop to eat? You did. They're just not even going to go to sleep. Tired, but in a good enough mood that not feeling the need to do anything about being tired. I think they're going to pass out and just sleep on the floor. Where's the fire? Holy heck! There's a fire there. I did not notice that fire until it got real close to my everything. All right, so Lune, I hate to interrupt you, but let's bury that guy before the fire gets there. And everybody else, could you maybe come and try and put out some of this fire, because there's a lot of it. I mean, it won't jump to this wall, will it? I could just leave it alone. I think I could just leave it alone. I think it won't... Wait, clear home area. I think the wooden walls are far enough away from anything that's growing that it won't jump. I think it'll jump 5... 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it could jump. All right. I'm gonna chop these trees down. That's what we're gonna do. Oh, but Constellazio can't firefight. I just can't seem to get it right. It will keep expanding the fire everywhere there's something for it to burn. And right here, there's nothing for it to burn, but it can jump 5 spaces, and the wall is 5 spaces from the trees. So that means I do need to be careful. It's theoretically possible for it to jump, for a spark to jump to the wall. And the wall's made out of wood, which is not the best choice. I think what I really should do is, if that happens, let the wall burn and build steel. That's what I should do. That's what I should do. Problem solved. If the wall burns, it's poor design. All right. How about let's start... Oh, we can't start with that tree. That tree's on fire now. Can we chop down a tree that's on fire? We'll find out. This is a new one for me. Constellazio's a very brave tree chopper. All right, we're gonna carry that fuel away. Now there's still these stumps here, but there's less fuel in them than in a whole tree. So we shall see. I just need to keep a slightly closer eye on it than I was doing before. Yes. So we have hay here that's deteriorating. Obviously, the animals have plenty of food. They haven't needed to eat it. But what a waste, you know? What a waste of labor that we didn't haul that in and make kibble. Okay, how are we coming with the smoke leaf? Pretty good. So Luna's making pants now. Are you sure? I mean, who needs to sleep? Right? It's raining. That's just what we needed. So I didn't theoretically mind if the fire spread because chances were that it wasn't going to get this far before it started raining. So, especially with a natural fire break here and here, it would have had to get over here to come across into my fields. And it's a good point. I could try to make a bit of a fire break. It's kind of best practices anyway. Let's see. Cut plants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Good, good, good. Can do the same over here. Cut plants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, of course, having that changes the math a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do it that way. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do it that way. All right. That should be a nice little fire break. Good. Sonia now remembers all of her training. Excellent. And hopefully we won't have any more surprise corpses lying around. I think we may have found them all. We did not clean up after ourselves at the end of the last stream. That's so often how it is that I discover, oh, so yeah, that happened last stream. I forgot about that. All right. So Mole and Sulune just decided to stay up all night. Recreation starved and exhausted. But that's a surefire way to ruin a mood. The Mole was at 80% and now 39% and falling. Yikes. However, my mood is increasing like crazy. Oh, falling again. Wow. Oh, it's the smoke leaf. Yes, that will do it. Mm-hmm. All right. Wait. Hops shouldn't go there. Why is the hops going there? Is this full? I see. Let's expand that zone. And let's expand that zone. And Mole, could you maybe rethink where those hops go? Thank you. That's what I wanted. Excellent. And now it's time to train the puppy. Where's the puppy? I see the piglet. Oh my gosh, the puppy's so tiny I couldn't see it. There's the puppy, guys. That's pretty tiny. Tinier even than the 4-day-old piglet. A 5-day-old Yorkshire Terrier puppy. Yeah, I guess would be tinier than a 4-day-old piglet. Oh my gosh. Please don't eat the hops, little piglet. I mean little... Oh, shall we name the terrier puppy piglet? That'd be kind of cute. Because he's so teeny tiny. A pixel puppy. Exactly. Alright, I suppose. Good. Learning things. Learning the basics. Mol is finally going to bed. Look at that. No sleep, no fun. Soaking wet, uncomfortable. It's dark. Poor Mol. Erizano's finally having a little bit of fun. A lot of fun, actually. That's excellent. So Lune's catching up on sleep. And I'm having a grand old time. Absolutely. Okay, Erizano and Constellazio playing hoopstone together in the foggy rain, saying hi as I pass them by. Alright. Constellazio, are you heading to bed? Nope. Still working. Well, at some point, guys, I would think some sleep might be just what the doctor ordered. But yeah, Constellazio's feeling pretty good. Same with me. I'm only a little drowsy. Okay, good. Constellazio's heading to bed. Erizano seems to be a night owl. Are you a night owl? Not a night owl, just not quite sleepy yet. Understand. I understand. Stretching again. Oh, I got a nice crack out of my back. I don't know if you heard that. Little one. Half of that sound was the chair, and then half of it was my back. Oh, that feels good. The coffee is all gone. We should probably not have the animals sleeping in here. Maybe let's have Todd sleep over here. So that it stays just a little cleaner in the kitchen. What do you think? Yeah. Have the fox sleep over here. Who is Todd bonded to anybody? Me. Okay. Well, that means Todd should sleep in my room. Poor Todd being woken up multiple times because his bed disappears. At least he knows where to go. Smart kid. Okay. Erizano's gonna head to bed. We'll fast forward a bit and see if we can't go ahead and get on the road in the morning. I think that'll work just fine. Oh, Banger and Sonia, you need your own beds somewhere not in the kitchen. Who are you bonded with? Solune and Constellazio. Well then, we will put your beds right down here. Excellent. Okay. So, Alex and Solune are going on a trip. And they're already up. Solune's working. Alex just going back to bed. All right, never mind. I got up to have breakfast at 5 a.m. and now I'm going back to bed. That's reasonable. Look, I don't need very much, but a little bit more sleep. And my work schedule is different from everybody else's a little bit. I'm going to catch a smidgen more sleep and then get to work. Everybody else isn't really scheduled to start work until 10 a.m. But Solune's just, I don't know, a workaholic maybe. Just at it anyway. Okay, so now let's plan this trip. We are going from the Purple Expanse to these locations. I'm going to make a 2-day trip. We could make it a bigger loop by including these two, but we're not going to do that. I'll make a small loop because it's our first time doing such a thing in this particular colony. It's going to be Alex and Solune that go. I'm going to consider, I think I'm going to give Solune the revolver, and Constellazio give you back your mace, which is where your comfort level usually is anyway, or let you keep a short bow until such time as your inspiration has worn off. That could make a lot of sense. And who are we taking with us? Banger is bonded to Constellazio. We're not taking Banger. We're taking the puppy. And Sonia. Well, we'll leave the puppy. We don't have any horses, so we'll take donkeys. And Todd is bonded to me, so we'll take Todd. I don't particularly know why. We'll take some Muffalo. Seems good. Travel supplies. I mean, that's a good start, but I think I'm going to take all of the kibble. No, I'm going to take most of the kibble, all of the pemmican, most of the meals, some of that medicine, and a lot of this medicine because we can sell some herbal medicine. I don't know why you're considering these leaves to be travel supplies, because there's nothing we can do with them. 2 cloth bedrolls, yes. I mean, it'd be like considering wort a travel supply. Beer, yes, maybe, but not wort. All right, some of these could be sold, should be sold. Others will keep. %, we're selling that. We'll take the money. We'll take some steel to trade. And some, of course, the light leather. Let's go ahead and take the other leathers. Oh, we're above weight. All right, so far so good. The smoke leaf joints, those are for sale. Seems good. We could sell some wood. That's a little too close to our max. Okay. So, the interesting thing here is it's hard to tell which food is going to rot. We could be in trouble. We have 6.3 days of food, and it's going to rot in 2.3 days. Which things are going to rot? Some of that hay? Probably. We have no idea. No way of knowing. Something on this list that we have is going to rot in 2.3 days. But it's not really a week's trip, so we're overpacked. We'll just call it good. Now, we need to go in here and change out our weapons. So we will have Constellazio bring the weapon back, and Solune bring the weapon back so they can trade. All right, well that went as smoothly as could possibly be. Mole is... I thought Mole was going to load that into the caravan, but no. That's one less of the caravan supplies, that's just fine. Perfectly reasonable, and we've left them smoke leaf to make more joints with. So there will be plenty of social relaxing back at home, even though we're selling the majority of our product. That's fine. Yeah, we should be back home again before goods rot. But we just don't know exactly which goods are going to be rotting, and I think it's probably not very many of them, honestly. Let's prioritize bringing this in before you re-sow more to grow. And also, who else could help with that? Mole, when you're done there. We have some things that are growing way out back and beyond. Ah, yes, those have been hauled. Excellent. All right. Oh, good. So happily, a lot of the supplies that are being gathered into the caravan are supplies that are scattered around on the map. So that will help. If we took only supplies that were under roof, that would mean we'd still have the work to do of gathering supplies. It's pretty amazing what these colonists can carry. I'm currently carrying all of that. Oh my goodness. That's quite a lot. Guess I'm going to take it to the Muffalo. Yep. Taking it to the Muffalo. So Lune's put a pack on the Muffalo's back. And I'm going to add all of these things. That was very efficient. Just dump. That quick. Getting pack animals ready. As much as I complain sometimes about, I think it was prior to an update. It seemed like getting ready to go on a caravan just took so long that everyone had a mental break before they were off on the road, and then their mental state went down while they were on the road because there was nothing fun to do. You should be able to play solitaire when you're on the road. I mean, you should be able to put a pack of cards in your pocket and play some solitaire, but we haven't figured out how to have fun on a caravan. So instead, they added, where is it? Oh, I'm looking at the Muffalo. Muffalo do not have needs like we do. There's sometimes a looking forward to travel. I don't see it. Solune is recreation deprived. Oh dear. This is not a good way to start on a trip. Beep. Beep. Neither of them are looking forward to travel. I don't know why. I thought that was something that got added. I was pretty sure that it was vanilla. And now I'm confused. That's alright. Situation normal. Status confused. Mole failed while constructing a wooden dining chair. Some resources have been wasted. Alright, this should be chopped because it could, if it caught fire, burn down this wooden door. And I like wooden doors because they're faster to open and close. I find the music in this game so relaxing. Alright, so Lune and Alex are heading off. They have 2 bedrolls. They have the right weapons. Everything's fine. So Lune has a very shiny hat, a black bowler hat, the OG shiny hat. Music is cozy. All right, and here they go onto the world map. They're going to make a little tiny circle. This is the most prime location I've ever been in. Less mountainous than I might have been wise to choose, but so close to trading partners. 3 trading partners on my doorstep, plus 2 more very close by. And others, you know, within striking distance. Although, let's see, we'd have to go through this mountain pass, I think, to get there. It's not possible in the context of this game to build roads on the world map. That's not something we've gained the technology to do, I guess. You can build roads, paths, sort of. You can sort of build roads on your own map. You can build like wooden paths and stuff like that, which I've never done. A lot of people do because it makes your colonists travel faster. And I guess I guess I would do it if I had a sense of what the pathing is, like how do they tend to go? Like should I build a path from here to here? Should I change where my gate is from here to here? Would that be a thing to make this growing zone more accessible? Not sure. Again, this growing zone, we've got the back of beyond for some of our growing zones here, and that has to do with where the fertility is. Hats. Yes. All right. So Solune's hat doesn't show here, but Solune has a black bird skin bowler hat. I do not have a hat, but that's okay because I'm not going to be trading, and hats are for being imposing and making a good social impression, and that's what's needed. Somebody is having a minor break rest. Irisanyo, no. I thought it was going to be Solune. Irisanyo, how can we help? You have an awful bedroom. It's awful and it's cold, and my pork is rotting. Oh no, my pork has rotted. All right. Well, where do we start? The puppy has nuzzled Irisanyo. That's a start. That's got to help, right? That definitely helped. That compensated for the awful bedroom. Okay, which bedroom is Irisanyo's? Mo, Irisanyo. This. This is an awful bedroom. All right. Well, we can start by refueling that lamp, moving this chair, we just don't have very... How about a plant? Would you like a plant in your bedroom? That might help. We could try and plant some flowers. This is something I haven't done before. So sad for the poor porcajo. Poor porcajo. That's very difficult to combine an English word and an Esperanto word that have a P and an R in it when the R is not pronounced the same. Poor porcajo. My mouth finds that difficult to say. Quite difficult indeed. So we have at least started hauling some animal food into here. Not like we have any lack of food for the animals at all. None whatsoever, as a matter of fact. Okay. Well, Mole is probably who is going to work on all of this here. Yes, in fact, I can guarantee it. Mole is the one. We don't have any beer. And I'm wondering, how many meals do we need to have spare? Probably, if we could get to 15 meals, I could have Irisanyo make some beer. The nice thing about simple meals is it doesn't matter that we don't have both meat and vegetable ingredients. We can keep making meals. That's the good thing about making simple meals. Since we have rice, we're going to be okay. However, Constellatio is inspired for shooting, so we could try a little hunting. We could do that. Nobody's going to try to tame these muffalo until Alex gets back. That's just fine. No need. So, let's have a look on the map. It's not going to be very long before Alex and Solune arrive at their first waypoint, which is the green stream of the Nache kinship. Oh no, they're hostile. That's not where I want to go. Change of plans. They're hostile. They're hostile. Which low-tech faction is not hostile? The Nache kinship... Were they hostile from the get-go, or did I do something to make them angry? I think I must have... Yup, I did something to make them angry. I captured someone from their tribe. Oops. Okay. Can we... Hang on. Can we safely... Yeah, we can offer gifts. Okay, we're gonna go offer some gifts to them to try and repair relationships a little bit. Things will move towards our natural goodwill a little bit smoothly here, but we can help it along. All right, Mole is doing a good job with the building, trying to make Irizanyo's bedroom a little bit nicer. It has an excellent end table, a good bed, a good armchair, a normal table, and a good dresser. Have we got any tables that are a little bit nicer? We've got a good table over here. We could try swapping out these tables. All right, this is new. We can plant a plant in here. We can plant daylilies or roses. In real life, I find the scent of lilies to be terrible. I think it's probably because they're related to onions. And it's not, I'm not telling you they smell like onions, but they give me a headache, and onions give me a headache, so maybe that's why I don't enjoy the smell of lilies, because when I smell them, I'm feeling like, ew, I'm not going to be feeling very good. All right, Mole is still working on stuff, and that's waking Irizanyo up, which is not the greatest, but on the other hand, we're getting stuff done, and that's good. That goes here. How long is it going to take to arrive there? I did go off track a little bit. Mi devoyigis. Alright, so after eating, Mole's going to move that table. Yes. And then this one can go back here. But sleeping would be good in between. All right. Seems good. It's people who are good at plants who are going to come and put something in that pot for Irizanyo. This will be a new attempt here. Let's see. I've learned that if I push this button, it toggles the room stats display. It's still awful and dirty and ugly. Well, we'll see how it is after we plant the plant. We've smoothed the walls. Irizanyo's is -7, awful. Mole's is -26, awful. And everything is dirty. Well, it would be lovely if they would clean their room before they went to sleep, but that's something that we only do if we have a mod, and we don't have a mod for that. Ah, well. Let's go back out here and see how they come. Who is going to wake up first? The people on the caravan? It's Constellazio. Constellazio is the early riser, up at 4 a.m. to plant a plant in Irizanyo's room. And what did that do? It was -7. Now it is 2. It's still awful. Oh, phooey. Why is it awful? Impressiveness is awful. I don't know what to tell you. Is this a gather spot? No, but that's okay. Because it's better to eat there, where Mole is sleeping, than not to eat at a table. I think. Having been woken up did not bring your mood down. All right. Maybe it takes being woken up a certain number of times during the night before it gets annoying. That is also possible. I'm so confused about this going around in circles here. Oh, we're hunting. Ah, that's why we're going that way. I get it. I get it. All right, Irisanyo is up and was disturbed twice. I mean, you do have a private room, but we were trying to make it nicer, and it's still awful. I'm not quite sure. Oh no, the wart has rotted away. Oh, okay. Well, we can't really do anything about that until we have a little bit of a stockpile of food. We need 15. Ah, we have 18. Okay, that's fine. So now we're going to turn our attention to making some beer. Hello? Turn this off. Oh, I see. Let's just do that forever. Very good. And these folks are still on their way to offer gifts. I've never done this offer gifts thing, so I'm not quite sure how this is going to go. Fingers crossed that they don't attack us because we dared to come to their settlement when they're mad at us. Don't know how that's going to go. Okay, Irisanyo has made some more meals. And now it's going to go start the beer making process. This is relatively new to us, so we can watch and see what happens. She's going to go here and take these hops. Oh my goodness. There's not much left in these hops. These poor hops have been sitting in the field too long, so it might use up a lot of the hops that we have to make some beer. All right. Let me double check that our passive coolers are all turned off. We don't have any here. We need to turn those off because it is going to be cold-ish. I mean, relatively cold. All right. So Irisanyo is turning these hops into wort. And then one takes the wort and puts it in the fermenting barrel. The temperature of the fermenting barrel needs to be between 7 and 32 C. I think it's fair to put one more torch lamp in here. I think that would work. Just to make sure that we don't ruin any batches of beers. Do you have dye? Maybe Irisanyo's character needs the room to be painted. Okay, we could paint floors if we have researched that. I don't think we have. Let's see, floors. Paint floor. I haven't done this before. I don't think this is going to help color-wise, but I wonder what color she would like. I think this is a question that we have to leave to people to make their own decisions. All right. We are here to offer gifts. We are going to offer them a bunch of berries, some bird skin, and variety of leathers, some medicine. Uh-oh. I didn't remember my earbud was in my ear. There's no need for that. Some smoke leaf joints. And some steel. And some wood. Fox fur. All right, that's good. That's 12 points of goodwill. And then we're going to trade with Cabbage Ocean. Okay, Nothing terrible happened. Our options there are, since we have not a good relationship with them right now, attack or offer gifts. So we're trying to bring our relationship back into its normal balance. We evidently kidnapped somebody. I mean, they wandered into our area, so it wasn't like we went out of our way to kidnap them. We didn't go to their village and kidnap somebody or anything terrible like that, but they still were pretty angry about it. Understandable. We're trying to make amends. We're not giving the person back, but trying to make amends in other ways. So Alex and Salune are on their way to Cabbage Ocean. In the meantime, back on the ranch, Mole is continuing to work on making our picnic spots. So we're going to have a picnic spot in a variety of places out by the fields so that people have a place where they can feel like they can sit down and eat like a human being. Soup and sandwiches. How lovely. Soup and sandwiches. All right, so Irizanyo has started to put some wort in this fermenting barrel. Evidently, it's really taking a lot of hops to make enough wort to make beer because these hops just sat in the field for a really long time and didn't get brought in, and they degraded to a great extent. So here's Mole working on our picnic area, and we're just using stools that we already had. Perfectly reasonable. And then we're going to upgrade this dining area. That's our more commonly used dining area. Oh no! A grizzly bear is hunting Constellatio for food. Where's Constellatio? Right here. Constellatio, please do not go in that direction anymore. You need to come over here. Let the bear have that. Oh my gosh, that bear is really fast. Irizanyo is not too far away. Irizanyo has a reasonable weapon. Mole, where are you? Oh my goodness. This is not good, not good, not good at all. Mole is too far away to do anything about this. It's not because of the soup and sandwiches. No. I know bears love all kinds of snacks. It wasn't the soup and the sandwiches that did this to you. Why is the bear so fast? Okay. What I'm hoping is that we can get the bear to follow us and hit one of these traps. Some animals are really good at not hitting traps. Like, you get hunted by a cougar and run through a bunch of traps. Cougar's never going to hit a trap, I don't think. All right. Irizanyo is on her way. Constellatio. I think if you could head that way here, that would be great. And I think we will try not splitting up, but staying together. It's possible that Constellatio might run fast enough for this. This is looking better and better. The bear is not getting faster, for sure. I was thinking the bear was going to catch us, but maybe no. All right. We can make our stand here temporarily, and then if we need to make a retreat, we will. I guess we're not close enough to the bear to shoot. Why? Keep running then. Oh, the bear is tricksy. We're gonna run this way. The bear was very tricksy and noticed carefully and stepped around everything. We're playing Ring Around the Rosie with the bear, and so far It's not good. We're running in circles. We knew the bear was haunting Constellatio. Thank you. Oh my gosh. It's going to catch us. All right. Time to turn and fight. Grizzly bear has hit Constellatio. Irisanio has hit the grizzly bear. Now the grizzly bear is no longer hunting Constellatio for food. The grizzly bear is now in revenge mode. Oh, but wait. Grizzly bear turned around. Why is that? Oh no. Oh man. This is very bad. Very, very bad. Okay, the grizzly bear is slowed down a little bit, so is Constellatio. Okay, here we go. We are all right now. Whew. The bear, after it was hit by Irisanio's weapon, managed to stumble into 2 of our wooden spike traps. Whew. We are not both injured. Only Constellatio is injured. Constellatio is heading to bed. Irisanio wants to go eat some berries. How about taking that bear where it goes? And who is going to give Constellatio some band-aids? Is it Irisanio? 3 medical skill. Yes, it is definitely Irisanio. Good, I'm glad they are going in the same direction. Irisanio, despite the fact that she is carrying a bear, is going to get there before Constellatio because she's not injured. That's how that goes. All right. All right. Look at this. We have arrived at Cabbage Ocean of Isitos. And there are 2 people who we could bring with us if we had a ridiculous amount of money. We don't. I think it's probably not going to happen, especially given that we were trying to buy light leather and they don't have any to buy. Shoot! This whole entire thing is a bust. We are going to have to make a new plan. We're going to sell what we can. Maybe we can make this work. Don't really want to sell that medicine. Maybe we can make this work. I think we might be able to make this work. Guys. All right. We're not going to be able to achieve our quest at this time. We still have time, but we can bring another colonist home with us. Who are we going to rescue if either? It's possible that neither of these folks are good candidates. Kimmy, a doctor, age 87, was a medical student and then a Space Navy doctor. A bloodlusting, lazy pyromaniac, incapable of firefighting, hauling, or mining. I mean, it's good to have an amazing doctor. Usually one can put up with a lot of bad traits in a doctor. This is also a good fighter with excellent social skills, so good trading, that's good. This is a possibility. Despite the strong negatives, a lot of really strong positives. It's a possibility. Rat, the botanist, is 27 years old, was a child star, and then a biosphere manager. Also incapable of dumb labor, crafting, or cooking. A tough gourmand slowpoke. Amazing with plants and animals. An artist. Great social skills. Reasonable medical skills. No fighting skills. I think these kind of stack up because I didn't click it away. And I can't now because I'm on this. I'd have to cancel this interaction in order to go click that away. It doesn't go away automatically. You have to tell it to go away. You know, I don't feel like either of them jump out to me as they're both similar in that they have really strong points and really negative points. How's Kimmy's health at 87? Frail torso, not great. That kind of makes Rat a better choice. No health. I mean, no health issues. I think what we should do is cancel this interaction, go on to our next location, and then decide, based on what we find there, whether to come back for Rat. All right, now I can close this. All right, Irizanyo, could you, after you eat, by that time Constellazio will be ready for some Band-Aids. Do you have, oh, hang on. We need to find some herbal medicine. Looking around the map. Here we go. All right. Okay, Irizanyo is going to go get some heal root and come bandage Constellazio. Oh, no, wait, here there are. 12 herbal medicine right there. Excellent. Constellazio, are you also hungry? Yes, okay. We can take care of that as well. Okay, so 3 serious bites and or scratches, a torso bite, a left shoulder scratch, and a left arm scratch. We are bandaging those up pronto. And then Irizanyo is going to feed Constellazio a meal. In the meantime, Mole is fixing up those spike traps that the bear triggered. Fair enough. I wonder whether people can come through here or not. I think I don't care. It's just out of curiosity, you know? All right, we have filled 1 barrel completely. That's a good start. Oh, Constellazio's up on his feet already. All bandaged up. Frankly, I honestly think a little bit of rest after having had a bear bite you in the torso, I think let's just rethink this. Maybe a little self-care. Gonna eat. Okay. I mean, two meals after being attacked by a bear is perfectly reasonable. Is this a gather spot? That should not be a gather spot. This should be a gather spot, and it's not. This should be a gather spot, and it is. This should not. This should not. This should not. This should. This should not. And this is not built yet. We should build another one here, maybe. Yeah. All right, one more. Let's put it right there. And we'll just build a stool here and here. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Wait, they are being sold to you? Yes. But in buying them, I am freeing them. So I am buying them out of slavery. I don't actually have slaves in my colony. I only have colonists, colony members. So my village just is willing to buy slaves, yes, but it's like I'm giving them money, giving that tribe money to take that person into my colony and have them be not a slave anymore. Yes, perhaps it does encourage them to go raid other tribes and steal people to sell to me, but not quite sure within the game's mechanics what to do about that. All right, Alex and Solune are bedded down for the night. They do not have a tent. That takes a mod. I used to use a mod that gave me tents, but I do have bedrolls, so there is that. Mole is going to eat a dinner. Whew. I'm looking forward to having some little break after Solune and Alex get back. And then we will transition from RimWorld into music. Strawberry plants. Lovely. Forgot I planted those there. All right, I wonder if this room doesn't get better until the lily blooms. Do you think? And would it get even better if we planted more? Suddenly it's decent. Wow. That daylily made a big difference. Beauty 18. It's not even bloomed yet. Base value 18. Beautiful objects fulfill characters' need for beauty. Wow. All right. Well, oh, and now Mole's bedroom is mediocre. I wonder whether that was cleaning and turning on the lamp. You cannot use this mod for that. Does the flower bloom inside a room? It does. To my knowledge, but this is the first time I've done it. I think it does. Well, I'm very confused. These rooms are similar. They each have similar objects in them. This wooden dresser is good, normal, excellent. So Mole's furniture is a little bit nicer. Good, 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 excellent. Oh, okay. I don't know. Good and excellent. We're all good and excellent. There. It's just Irizanyo has a plant. And currently the impressiveness is 43 decent. And his is 39 mediocre. We have a baby donkey. It was born on the road. Aww. Donkey foal. Oh, we've had 2 donkeys born on the road. We took along 2 pregnant donkeys, and now we have 2 donkey foals. So the thing is, we're not going to find out whether those are boy donkeys or girl donkeys until they get back. And if I knew for sure age of the mama donkeys and gender of the baby donkeys, I might make some decisions. His bed is smaller. That is true. But I don't think that makes a difference. Unless he had a partner and the partner could not sleep in the bed because the bed is too small. He is flowerless, yes. So the question I have to myself is, will this number 43 decent go up when the flower blooms? That 43 just went to 39. Probably it got dirtier. Yes. A transport pod has crashed. Hang on. Jump to location. Everybody, hold your horses. Who is it? Laufer. That's a great name. A counselor from Isitos. A beautiful body purist. That's a really interesting, not well-rounded, but really interesting character here. Age 32. Amazing social skills. Incapable of cooking. No experience in anything else other than intellectual mining, construction, melee, and shooting. Minor passions in melee, construction, and mining. Major passions in social and shooting. I do not know whether we will manage to save this person. We are going to turn our... Oh, they're very far away. Why are they always so far away? We are going to turn our prison cell into a hospital temporarily. All hands on deck. Who is moving quickly right now? I would like moving and manipulation scores at 100. Yes. All right, Mole, I know you're sleeping right now, but we have something really important to do. Can you rescue? See, this is probably what happened. Somebody crashed and I captured them. We're going to take our chances. That I was willing to do that with a low-tech tribe. I'm not willing to do that with a higher-tech tribe. I know that I can work my way out of it, but it's early game, and I need all my trading partners. He's flowerless. And the walls. Yes, his walls. That's right. That makes a difference. You're right about that, Water. Thank you for bringing that point up. And their rooms aren't exactly the same shape and size. They may not be exactly the same size. They're not the same shape. All right, we're going to try rescuing, and we're going to try to do everything we can to make them feel welcome so that they don't decide to leave. Fingers crossed. How are we going to do that? We're going to start by refueling this torch lamp and that torch lamp, and cleaning this room. The room has a table, a good table. We're going to remove anything that's not lovely. Ooh, an artistic chair. That's wonderful. The game of board is poor. All right. Let's try and build a copy of it so that we hopefully can move that poor one elsewhere so that we don't have anything dragging down the vibe in here. I don't know whether having a mix match of different kinds of flooring, serious lack of strobes and disco balls in the room. Yeah. All right, what can we do? It's mediocre. I think it will be much better once it's clean and bright. We need to make sure that this person has everything that they need. And what they need right now is some food. We're going to say put meals here. We're going to say put smoke leaf joints here. And we're going to say put medicine, any kind, well, no, herbal medicine. That's all we're going to do. Herbal medicine right there. And we're going to make all of those priority criticals. Priority, critical, priority, critical. All right. Mole is on his way. Irizano is getting some wood to refuel those torch lamps. Constellatio is resting and getting well, as should be. I mean, theoretically, might be possible to bring some bandages. Actually, that'd be great. Bringing bandages. That is not too heavy of a task, I think. Constellatio is not doing great, but well enough to bring bandages for someone who's doing even worse. So by the time Mole gets back, there's going to be bandages there already, which is amazing. No strobe lights or disco balls. I'm pretty sure there is a mod for that. I'm running without mods right now, so I'm so sorry, guys. We're going to have to be without strobe lights and disco balls. Constellatio is actually wandering about. Indeed, Constellatio isn't wandering. He's bringing the meds. And is now going to choose to go play poker, so he must not be feeling too bad, and I think that's great to have a little bit of fun, get the recreation level up, still in serious pain. All right, Irizano is refueling the second torch lamp, and Mole is bringing the prisoner not very quickly. I mean, this is as quickly as we can. Oh, death in 13 hours. We have plenty of time. Extreme pain. A gunshot, a bruise, a scratch, a crack. Ooh, cracked spine. That does not sound fun. Yikes. All right. It's still a mediocre barracks. Hey, we could plant some flowers. We could put some flowers in here. You know what we'll do temporarily? I know this seems awful. Can we move this? We can move this. That's the quick way to get some flowers in here, and we'll get Irizano some new flowers soon. I think Constellatio could handle moving the pot of flowers. That's also not a very heavy task. And Irizano is going to be right here to apply the bandages when the prisoner gets here. The room's going to be cleaned momentarily. Should have gotten it clean already. All right. Excellent. Man, oh man, that could not have gone more smoothly. That was perfection. I'm so impressed with this team effort. Ouch. Is that on the cracked spine? Is ouch? Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed. All right, how are we doing? Guest. We have herbal medicine. That's just fine. Not going to die immediately. That's excellent. I mean, it's always possible to get an infection, but we're going to try and keep the room clean. What's the temperature in here? Not quite sure how to tell that. Oh, it's 23. That's quite warm. Everything has been so cold. That's strange. Well, it's too cold at night and too warm during the day, but oh well. Not really quite sure what to do about that. All right, Mole, could you prioritize working on this game board? Because we're hoping to impress our guest. All right, Now, Salune and Alex have arrived at Antioch. Now, this is the place that wanted, hang on, to a trade offer, but we don't have 270 light leather. So we're going to trade with them and see first, do they have light leather to buy? Because I don't think they will buy it. What's going on? Did I accidentally sell all my light leather? No, I have light leather. They don't have light leather. Okay. I was wondering, do they have some and they want more? It would be dumb if we could cheat that way, but I see that it's not a possibility here. What are those things by the patient's door on the outside? The ones that look like poop. Interesting. We will find out momentarily. All right. All right, there's also another potential addition for our colony here. Stug, the sheriff, is 36 years old, was a coma child, which increases the social impressiveness factor, not their actual social skills, but their social impressiveness factor, which leads to more success in social interactions. Shooting, melee, and social. Wow. Got a +8 boost in social because of, what was going on in their lives before. A jogger. Move speed +0.4. Oh my gosh, I love joggers. In this game, joggers are great. All right. Social 10. Everything else is kind of meh, fine. A passion for shooting, that's great. If we manage to find a trainer so that he could learn about animals, he could become a hunter. Incapable of none. I think this is the obvious choice. I think that this is a good idea. If we're going to bring somebody home. Oh, and here it is. We now see the gender of the sex of the two donkeys and the age of these two donkeys. So, we already don't have 3 riding animals. So it's fine to sell this one as part of the deal that we're doing here. We need to not sell the light leather, guys. Whatever we do, we need to not sell the light leather. Let's do this and work our way back. Light leather stays with us. Pig skin, lizard skin, plain leather, wolf skin, buffalo wool, alpaca wool, not the medicine. Smoke leaf joints, yes. Steel, yes. Marble, not that wood. We might need it if we had to make camp. I always try and keep some wood on us as we are traveling, just in case of emergencies. Selling all of these less than stellar quality weapons just to get them out of the way. Keeping those. I wish we had another one. But perhaps we won't need them on the way home. All right. I would love to be able to buy some weapons. We have a little flexibility. What else? Theoretically, we could sell this fruit. We could sell that pemmican. No, that might be what we are eating. It appears that we don't have meals. I don't know whether the meals that we have are... I can't tell. I can't tell whether we actually have meals that we have along with us that we're not offering for sale because they were in that other category of travel supplies rather than trading supplies. All right, let's see whether we can pick up a weapon There's no skill trainer for animals, so we couldn't afford it anyway. We could think about coming back for one eventually. Weapons. There's long swords, too expensive. A revolver, that sounds great. I think would be good to have another revolver. That's just what we need at our level currently. We don't have the technology to make one, and we won't anytime soon, so I think that's a good choice. We will relatively soon have the technology to make armor, so flak armor if we had the money, but we don't. I mean, we could get one item. I mean, we could get both if we really robbed Peter to pay Paul, but I think flak jacket, what does it do insulation wise? It's pretty fine. I would say let's go for the flak jacket. There we go. We haven't spent all of the money. Bailey, hey, it's so good to see you. Welcome in. Guys, we met Bailey this week. Which day was it? I think it was my last stream. Sunday. It was Sunday. We were playing Wildflowers, and Bailey's playing Wildflowers. And it was so much fun to go meet another Wildflowers streamer. Welcome in, Bailey. Thank you for stopping by. RimWorld is a game I play a lot of. And Wildflowers is my Sunday thing right now. I've been enjoying the game so much that it's been hard to not play it on other days when I'm not streaming. I don't know how you have been feeling about Wildflowers or how many days a week you're streaming it right now, but tell us things about your stream because it's fun to meet new friends. Thanks for that shout out. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I've made my choices. I'm gonna accept this trade deal. Unfortunately, we did not have what we needed to fulfill this trade offer. We're going to go back home and try and get what we need to fulfill the trade offer. I'm feeling slightly, not so sure. Why is it that Solune and Stug don't... Oh, Solune doesn't like Stug because of not liking guys at all. That's fair. There's nothing much I can do about that. Not easily, anyway. All right. So, Constellatio, what have you got going on clothing-wise? A pair of pants. Okay. Well, when Soluna gets back, we'll make some more clothes. A pair of pants is okay. That's fine. It's permanent summer. It's 28 degrees in that room. That's pretty warm. 21 degrees outside. I mean, that's almost warm enough for no shirt. Almost. I might play more Wildflowers tomorrow, unless I play more ESL. Yeah. I've been told that ESO is like that, for sure. I stopped playing that, what's the word I'm looking for? Series? No, that's not the word I'm looking for. That completely lost the word I'm looking for. I stopped playing those games much earlier on in the series. And again, that's not the word I'm looking for. Struggling with words, but that's completely normal for me. So here we are at our home colony. I have this really large enclosure for the animals that includes some of my fields for growing crops, which is, theoretically not the best idea, but I don't have so many animals that they're going into my fields and eating my crops in a way that's problematic for me. I also have some crops outside of the animal enclosure. We started out right here, and then we're expanding a bit. We finally got private bedrooms, a storage area for stuff stockpiling animal feed, a brewery, and this is technically our prison, but at the moment it's a guest room because this fellow Laufer fell out of the sky and was severely injured, and we're hoping to talk them in to joining us. You know, it might or might not happen. Let's add this game board back where? In the dining room, rec room. Let's do that. We'll put it right there. Coraco, saluton. Franchise. Thank you very much, Constellatio. That is the word I was searching for. Constellatio, ding, 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 has found the word. The missing word that ran away right out of my brain. Coraco, welcome in. Saluton, Alvi. I want to ask you a question. Is it okay if I talk about the thing that happened yesterday? Or is that something that you'd rather that I don't talk about on stream? I just want to know how you feel before I jump into talking about this thing that I would like to talk about, but I won't if you would rather that I don't. Yes, okay. You guys, I got a package in the mail yesterday, and it was I just opened it because I thought, oh, it must be part of my Amazon subscribe and save order that came just a few days late or something like that. And it wasn't. It was a present. It was 2 presents from Coraco. And you guys, if you all ever send me something, please know that I would love to open that on stream. And that would be super exciting and fun to share. But Coraco noticed that I was mentioning on stream last week that I had a migraine, and I still had a migraine yesterday, and it's better now because Coraco sent me this. Let's see if I can't show this. Oh, it's upside down. Okay. I'm obviously not a YouTuber. This is essential oils, like minty things and stuff. Another quest. And it helped a lot. It helped a lot. Yes. You put it on your forehead. Head On, that's another brand that I've used. This one is a different brand, but I've used Head On as well. The Head On is like a gel, and this is like, it's got a roller ball. And so it feels super cool going on. And then if like you walk, I went for a little walk out in the fresh air, and the fresh air made it feel even cooler. Yes, a migraine stick. All right, we have 13 more days to come up with the rest of the light leather. And now we have another option here. The Prime Counselor Visitos, that's the group that this fellow who fell out of the sky belongs to. We're hoping that he'll have such a good time recovering here that he'll decide to stay. Fingers crossed. Until such time, let's have a look at this. Oh, that's not super close compared to all of these other areas here, but it's still pretty close. We have the caravan has arrived, and instantly we have a party. Mole is throwing a party. Mole's so happy that the caravaneers have returned with a new friend that we're going to have a party. Cuervito also heard me talking about a problem I was having with my headphones. So we're going to test these next when we switch to our next category. He sent me a cable to help me try to troubleshoot and fix my problem with my headphones. So Mole is throwing a party in, how wonderful is this? Mole is throwing a party in the guest house, which means hopefully that's going to boost our guest's mood. Our guest is in terrible, horrible pain, extreme pain. I mean, I wouldn't really want people to throw a party in my room if I were in extreme pain, but I think it may actually be a positive. Mind-shattering pain, that's a lot of pain. Hopefully we'll be able to distract our guest from their mind-shattering pain. Stug is our newest recruit, came back with us from our we freed Stug from slavery. So he's super happy for the next 20 days because that was something he did not foresee that coming. So thank you so much, Korako. I don't even have words to explain how that feels, that somebody just noticed and understood and came up with solutions and sent me things, and it's just incredible. So the only thing I regret is that I didn't open the package on stream, but even after I opened the package, I wasn't sure. Because there was no like, this is from Cuervito, this is from Korako. So why am I taming alpacas when there's a party? Please go party. Am I going to go party? Am I not a party person? Maybe I'm not a party person. Is everybody else at the party? Constellacion's going to the party. So Lune's at the party. Rizano and Mol and Stug are at the party. It means so much when people notice and care and do a thing, and it was so super generous, and I feel all verklempt. So thank you so much. I would have loved to have opened the packages on stream, and thank you on stream. But that might take a little coordination for me to know ahead of time not to. We're eating at the party. This is a game mechanic I didn't know about, you guys. So, oh no, wait, this isn't a prisoner's room. Normally a stack of food in this room is not allowed, and I was wondering whether it being a party right now made it allowed, but it's already undisallowed because it's temporarily not a prisoner's room but a guest room. Got it, never mind, I was confused. Situation normal. Streamer was confused. Oh my gosh, it is so warm in here right now. I'm not talking about this room. This room is 23C. It's definitely more than 23C in my room right now. It is February, which means it's ridiculous to turn on AC. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but it's really warm today. It's gonna be, I think the high was near 80. So like, I don't know, what's that, like 30 degrees Celsius? Something like that. That's outside. I mean, obviously it's going to be a little bit cooler than that inside. But at least everybody had a lovely party, and the counselor is no longer incapable of walking. Did the counselor enjoy the party? No. Attended party. Did not attend the party. However, maybe got to know some of the people? No. Well, that's unfortunate. It did not actually benefit the counselor in any way whatsoever. Who is going to perhaps clean? Maybe before I go to bed, I could come and clean this up, because we don't want this room to be messy. And everybody tracked in a bunch of trash and dirt while they were partying. And we need to clean up. And I've just learned something. Moving a plant pot means it needs to be resown. So you can't move a plant pot with a plant in it. You know, the legends of the house elves that do nice things for people secretly when they're sleeping. I like doing stuff like that. It's, yes, indeed. And it's completely within your rights to do secret stuff. I might have been left wondering, is this something that I ordered and I forgot that I ordered it? Because they were things that I, theoretically might have ordered, except for the timing of it came right on the heels of my Amazon subscribe and save time. I didn't have an Amazon Subscribe and Save order in this month actually. But it came right around that time. And so I thought, oh, is this an Amazon Subscribe and Save thing that I had ordered and forgot about? But they weren't, one of them wasn't a recurring order type item. So, all right, we now have a plant in the pot. And our new guy is sleeping in the guest house. That's not good. We don't want that. We do not want that. I think it would be much better, new guy. I hate to do this to you, but we're going to ask you to bunk in the brewery tonight. You cannot. Can you at least deliver it there? You cannot. Oh my gosh. Who can help? Constellazio is coming to feed our guest. Oh, Stug can do that. All right. And then maybe Constellazio can help, since Stug doesn't know how to. Oh, I know what it is. Brand new. I have not set up their priorities. 3. That's reasonable doctoring skills. Do we have self-care, self-tend set up? No. Self-tend, yes, please. Back to the work schedule. Bed rest. 2. Basic. 1. Wardening? Oh, heck yeah. I know. Wardening. We just like to take the chance to make friends. Handling, no. Cooking, no. Constructing, no. Hunting, yes. But we're going to have to give them a weapon for that. Growing, no. Mining, no. Plant cutting, no. Smithing, yes. Tailoring, art, no. Crafting. Hauling. Cleaning. Alright. I mean, that's fine for now. We might put some priority 2 in here somewhere. Smithing, probably. Tailoring, priority 2. That seems good. Okay, Constellazio. Oh, Stug managed to get his bed made. Good. Constellazio can go to bed himself. Good. It was a good day. Also, not that confusing people, if always funny, but that moment of wait, where in the heck this come from and priceless. I definitely had that moment. You should have seen my face when I opened it. I was like, huh? But you could have actually seen it if I had been on stream. Only if I had been on stream, then I would have been less confused because I would have been warned ahead. Never mind. Okay, never mind. Oh well. Okay, guys. Now, I said that when Alex and Salune came back from their excursion to deliver the light leather, we would change from gaming to music. But here's the thing. They have not delivered the light leather. So I think they have not really succeeded at that yet. Does that mean we stick with it? How do we get the light leather? Gazelle. That's not light leather, is it? I think it is not. I'm pretty sure it is not. What about these animals? Pigs here. Pretty young. Might not get me where I need to go. Maybe when one of these pigs grows up. That won't be too many more days, right? How many days does it take a pig to grow up? Growth. Oh, this pig is 39% grown. Life expectancy 12 years. Growth 19 days. Okay. What did we say? 7 days? Oh, that's too long. there's this. I think that might be the way to solve the problem. Hopefully that will take care of the issue. I really can't say for sure that it will. All right, we have some more traps to build. We're getting close there. All right, this is not really a bedroom. We need another bedroom. I think this could be a bedroom eventually. What is being stored in here? Ah. Right. I think I need to make that into a bedroom. Honestly, I didn't expect to have more people this soon, but I'm thrilled. So I think let's do it. Let's mine this out. A little bit more. What have we got? Size-wise, where are we? 18, 23. We're already bigger than we need to be, but it's a funky shape. So we'll try and improve the shape a little bit, digging over here. We'll turn this into a bedroom. So we'll delete that stockpile zone, and that means I need to find another place to put corpses. Where would that be? Somewhere where it won't bother people much. A small stockpile zone over here, maybe. Yeah, that seems good. No chunks. And no fresh. Well, yes, fresh. No fresh. This is a very hard decision. There's certain things that, you know, we have to think through. Teo. I don't have tea currently. I had some cold coffee. Now I just have this hydrating beverage. Mi povos aldoni ku alla listo. Mi aldonu ku alla listo. Mi pensis ke mi jam aldonis la kuon alla listo. Eble mi faris malĝuste. Povus esti ke mi faris, sed faris eraron kaj finfine ĝi ne aldoniĝis. Okay, Irizanyo is carrying a meal. Why are you carrying a meal? What? Why are you carrying a meal in that direction? I do not understand. It's very confusing. All right. Things are progressing. Mole is remaking these traps. That's excellent. And Irisanyo is butchering a bear. Well, I don't think a bear is going to give us light leather, but I think that our wild boar might. Our tamed wild boar. Not domesticated, just tamed. Irisanyo, could you continue working on that? Yes, indeed. Excellent. And we need somebody to clean up in Constellazio's room because there's still blood all over the floor, and that's really unfortunate. That would be great. All right, who is going to get... Where... Have we unloaded everything yet? We have not unloaded everything yet. Oh, okay. Maybe Stud can help us work on that. Because then we can give Stug a revolver, which would be helpful since Doug's going to be a hunter. Unhappy nudity. Oh no, Constellazio wants a shirt. I think Constellazio has pants. Yes. But not happy about the fact that he doesn't have a shirt. Solune, you are hunting a gazelle. When you are done, could you come make Constellazio a shirt? That would be wonderful. It feels good to help and surprise friends. Corako is a good cuervito. Wow. I was so surprised. So surprised and touched. Thank you so much. It's so surprising when unexpected surprises happen. It just completely takes you back. All right, we are low on food because we have more people here, and I'm asking Irizanyo to work on butchering instead of cooking. We'll get back to the cooking pretty soon here. Alright, here is our new light leather. It only gave us 9. Oh no! We got pig skin. What gives us light leather? I'm pretty sure alpaca gives us camel hide. Alright, let's figure this out. Light leather. Information. Cat, monkey, hare, snow hare, alpha beaver, capybara, squirrel, rat, boom rat, raccoon. That is so surprising. Well, that gives us information. Should we hunt the boom rats? No, we don't want fires everywhere. We will not hunt the boom rats. Banning pigskin. We didn't particularly want pigskin. It's not, problematic to have pigskin, but this was not what we were looking for. We wanted light leather. All right, let's keep unloading. Are we unloaded yet? We are not all the way unloaded yet. Here's some light leather. How uncomfortable to be unloading during such a moment. That could have indeed been dangerous. So guys, we've discovered that we can paint bedroom floors. Chris, hello! Welcome in. Thank you for unlurking and peeking in. I'm only saying unlurking because I saw the peeking emote. I don't look at who's lurking usually, unless I have a particular reason that I need to discover something for some unusual reason. I don't do it. I have other things I'm doing. Streaming. Low food. I know. We're working on it. You know what I think? I think we're not going to make it to finish our quests today. I think having gone on the trading caravan is going to have to be enough of a success for today. Not only did we go on a trading caravan, we liberated Stug from slavery, and we rescued Laufer, who, despite being in intense pain, has extremely low expectations. Also, ratty apparel, that's something else that we could try to do to help, but we're trying to influence this person to become our new friend and decide to stay. We have planted a lily in their room and tried to clean up a little bit. Meg, hello, hello, hello. We are about to change gears from gaming into music. So what we're going to do is we've paused. We're going to save the game. And I'm going to leave. Hello, game music. Hello, game menu. Ha. Okay, I'm going to leave this up in the background so you can hear the game music while I go to my BRB screen. I'm not going to play an ad today. Temporarily taking a break from Twitch ads, and I'm going to take a little break for myself, and when we come back, we're going to go to music. So we're going to be hearing RimWorld music but seeing the BRB screen while I'm on break, and when we come back we'll change categories. In fact, I think I'll change categories now into music. That makes sense to me. We'll change categories and we will be right back. See you very soon. Hello, hello. I'm back. Is my audio back? It is. And here's my streamer song list overlay. You guys, I'm so excited. It's music time. Hugs and snugs to Meg. It's a Wednesday. Oh, how did it happen? I don't know. I do not know. It's odd, but you know, things happen and time moves along, and then it's Wednesday. So I use Streamer Song List. Hello. Oh, Streamer Song List is overlapping with chat. Can I do something about it? Oh gosh. Okay. Yes, but it's complicated. Hang on. I will have to click into a different scene in order to fix this. One moment. I didn't get it perfect. I'm off by many pixels, but at least it's not overlapping. So I think that's good. I think that's good enough. Thank you for putting up the song list, Constellazio. Game audio is still on, yes. Okay, so it's just background noise until I start making music. And I have a snack. This is not a sponsored stream, but I sure as heck wouldn't mind if Copper Kettle Candy Company were to send me some dark chocolate power bar, because this stuff is amazing, you guys. It's got stealing my ring light. It's got pistachios and almonds and cranberries. It's delicious. Not a paid endorsement, but an endorsement. So in this little package, you get a bar that breaks into 3 squares that look like this. Okay, hang on. Oh, come on, focus. Oh, it doesn't want to focus. Well, even unfocused, it's still delicious. And they have, this sounds disgusting, but it's not. They have a protein powder in them, so they're filling. It's candy that doesn't leave you just all sugar high. We get the general idea. Close enough, right? The extreme close-up will have to be close enough. All right. I did also have a hard-boiled egg while I was away, and I refilled my beverage. Opened my window temporarily so that the temperature could cool down a little bit. All right. I see nothing in my queue yet, so I'm feeling free to continue eating my snack, as I'm not ignoring any requests currently. If there were, I would see some right there. And so, since I don't like to eat very late, it's pretty late, I'm going to go ahead and finish this now so that I'm not eating any later. One thing I have to say, for the temperature being really warm in here, is it's made the chocolate the perfect texture, consistency. It's not melty or anything. It's not that warm, but it's just slightly softer consistency than usual. Castle on a Cloud. Can do. Would you like that a cappella? It is on my a cappella list, but is that my only option? No, it's not my only option. You know, when an ad completely blocks the actual content that I'm here for, that's very frustrating. How unfortunate. I'll have to find another way. All right. I'm kind of wishing that I had brushed my teeth after eating that snack, but drinking some water will have to do. All right, let's see what we can do with this. Did you have a preference as to whether or not it was a cappella coraco? I cannot actually see the chat and the music at the same time. So that's why I'm asking now, because once I start, I'm going to have to cover chat in order to see the lyrics and the taps. No preference. I will try it with the ukulele. But I may do like super minimal. And it is now time to turn off the RimWorld music. Okay. We're not tuned. Hang on. We're still not in tune. Oh, we're so close. Okay. There is a castle on a cloud. I like to go there in my sleep. Underneath falls for me to sweep. Not in my castle on a cloud. There is a room Nobody shouts or talks too loud. Not in my castle on a cloud. There is a lady all in white, holds me and sings a lullaby. She's nice to see and she's soft to touch. She says, Cosette, I love you very much. I know a place where no one's lost. I know a place where no one cries. Crying at all is not allowed. Not in my castle on a cloud. Castle on a Cloud from Les Mis. I just watched Les Mis again recently. Actually, almost the whole thing, not the whole thing. And Water, you asked me to send you the link and I forgot to. But it was a Les Mis that was bootleg filmed from the audience. So I can't really recommend it on, because of that. But it still was nice to revisit and see a version that I hadn't seen before. Thanks for those calps. That's quite a one to start out with without having warmed up. For someone who has adult vibrato, to try to make it go away for the sake of the song and the story, because it's sung by a child. Not easy. A good challenge. All right, The Sound of Silence. This is brand new. I literally put this on my song list the very last music stream I had. Okay, I can open my door now and not be so hot anymore. That's excellent. Don't go watch this, wink wink. It's okay. If anything, we can watch it on Discord together one day. Indeed. To be honest, what I meant when I said I didn't recommend it wasn't because it was illegal. It was because the camera isn't steady. But yes, also it is bootleg. There is that. Okay. Oh, being in a room that is too warm for too long is not great for someone who has had a migraine all week. And why is my... Okay, that noise is very scary. You probably can't hear it, but there's a very scary noise going on, and it's going to stop soon. All right. This has a D sus2 chord, which I don't actually know, but it's not difficult. It's just a D with only 2 fingers instead of 3, and 2 open notes. Now, this has 5 chords. Every time I look at a song now, because I'm trying to stretch myself to use the guitar more often, anytime I'm looking at a song and I'm like, oh look, there aren't a million chords, could I play this on the guitar? I'm going to open this and look for guitar tabs, just in case. Chances are I can't, but I'm going to check. There's an F. F's are no good for me, as they are a bar chord. Is there any version of this? Oh, hey. there is, if I capo 5, I can transpose this. I'm going to try it on the guitar, you guys. I'm going to try it. All right, I'm feeling so tricksy. But we have to move the chair because I cannot play the guitar in this chair. All right, let's see if we can do this. This has an E minor, a D, a C, a G, and a chord. I have no idea what it is. It's a slash chord. And it's a G/F sharp. That's a strange sort of slash chord. But let's see. It's these two plus. All right. I mean, it sounds very similar to a G. I wonder if I could just play the G. When we get there, we'll find out. Huh. I wish that I could see those chords while I can. Here, if I just get tricky, we're going to duplicate that tab and drag it out and resize it so that all we can resize it so that all we can see is those chord shapes, and that's how we level this up. All right. Auto scroll. Yeah. Oh, I have to capo. Where's my capo? This is for capo 2. I mean capo 5. Where's my capo? Okay, there it is. Can we get the capo command in the chat, please? The capo gone walkies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a lot. Okay, that makes that. Oh. That. C. Oh no, that's not a very pretty chord. That's slash chord, not lovely. All right, let's see what we can do. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping. Oh, G doesn't look like that. Left its seats where I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a the street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs that voices never shared. No one dared disturb the sound of silence. Fool, said I, you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words, hear my words that I might reach you. Take my arms that I might reach you, but my words like silent raindrops fell and echoed in the wells of silence, and the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made, and the sign flashed out its warning in the words that it was forming, and the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sounds of silence. After having been working on learning how to play the ukulele for 5-6 years, it's rather frustrating to suddenly be back to stop singing, look at fingers, move fingers one at a time. That's a place I don't love being, but I won't get past it if I don't keep working on it. So yeah, there's that. That's how you type? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I do touch type. I just don't touch music when it comes to guitar yet. One of these days. You know, someday I'll get there. Okay, cool. Now, y'all keep letting me loose to do whatever the heck I want to do. Every time there's nothing in the queue, then I get to do whatever I want. That might be music. That might be stretching my neck. At the moment, it's stretching my neck. My neck's been really stiff for a few weeks, and it can't do the things it normally does. But a little stretch does it a bit of good. Let's see. I signed in you guys, I'm so proud of myself. I have to tell you this. I signed into Streamer Song List before I started gaming. I signed into Streamer Song List before I opened Steam. Because I knew I was going to be making some music later on. So that's a first. You haven't seen me struggling to sign in. Who are you shouting out? Oh, Song List. Yes, indeed. It's not SO for song. It's SL for song list. SO is for shout out. All right. Let's see. Everybody wants to be a cat. Okay. That's a ukulele song for sure. It's got 1,000,000 chords. It's one of the jazzier songs on my list. Be polite. All right, let's try this. Everybody wants to be a cat. It's always a struggle bus. Now, I have 2 versions of this here. Which one do I like? I don't know. Oh, I don't like this. That's hard to read. We're not doing the one that's hard to read. We're doing the one that's easy to read. Okay, Water's taking pity on me, giving me something with slightly less chords to look forward to. I love it. Everybody wants to be a cat because cat's the only cat who knows where it's at. Tell me, everybody's forgetting to auto-scroll. Everybody's picking up on that feline beat, 'cause everything else is obsolete. A square with the horn makes you wish you weren't born every time he plays. But with a square in the hat, so you can set music back to the caveman days. I've heard some corny birds who tried to sing. Still, the cat's the only cat who knows how to swing, who wants to dig a long head gig and stuff like that, when everybody wants to be a cat. A square with a horn makes you wish you weren't born every time he plays. Oh, rinky dinky dinky, a square in the act will set music back to the caveman days. I like to go back to the top. Everybody wants to be a cat. Yo, a cat's the only cat who knows where it's at. Tell me, everybody's picking up on that feline beat, because everything else is obsolete. All right. I feel like that was significantly less terrible than any other time I've played that song. So I'm going to chalk that one up as progress. That song is played. Hooray! Thank you for all those cat emotes. I love it. Water has requested I'll Fly Away. I love it. I have no tabs. Why do I have no tabs? Have I ever played this song before? Now, this doesn't have a lot of chords in it. It's only got 4. One of them is an F, but maybe if I transposed it around enough, I could find a way to play this on the guitar. Maybe. Let's look. Step 1, remove ukulele from person. Step 2, search for guitar tabs. Step 3, transpose the heck out of it. Oh wait, this is G, G7, C, and D7. That's fine. But do I like it where it is without a capo? No capo, it says. This is key of G. We've got a G, a G. Oh, I can't play a G7. I can. No. Oh. Kind of. C. That kind of makes C a lot easier when you compare it to G7. Okay, so C is like this, and G7 is like the same thing, but with a whole bunch more space in the middle. The next song is the one, I think it is the way it's sung in Oh Brother Without Thou. It sounds happyish until you listen to the lyrics. There's so many songs like that. Yeah, there's so many songs like that in the world. And a D7. The cool thing about this is D7 and D on the guitar are exactly the same as G7 and G on the ukulele. Same shape. Well, we can try it. I want to do one more thing. I need to still have the chord shapes. So that means I have to also open the chord shapes in a different window so that I can see everything all at once. All right, let's try this. It's just, this guitar is so large. Maybe if I tighten up the strap a little bit, it'll be a little easier. Hum along happily, and then you hear the lyrics. Does this strap even go smaller? Yes. Yes, it does. Am I going to drop the guitar while I'm trying to fix the strap? Entirely possible. Let's tighten it that much and see. All right, let's try this again. Oh, I have to capo. This is outside my range. Where's my capo? Huh. It almost sounds like I'm playing the guitar. Some glad morning when, oh heck, when this life is over, I'll fly away to a home on God's celestial shore. I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory. I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. When the shadows of this life have grown, I'll fly away. Like a bird from prison bars has flown, I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Oh, how glad and happy when we meet, I'll fly away. No more cold iron shackles on my feet, I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. One more verse. Just a few more weary days and then, oh no, I'll fly away to a land where joy shall never end. Help! I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Okay. Oh, I love hearing that you're singing harmonies along with it. That makes me super happy. You guys, it's hard work for my hand to do that. I'm so excited that I played most of those chords. That's really exciting. Woo. Another 4-chord song. Woo. Do it. Yes. Traducirlo. Sorry that my pronunciation is so all over the board. I had uneven education in Spanish, so I was taught Latin American Spanish in school, and then I went to Spain, and so that means I have a very uneven lisp when I speak Spanish, so sometimes I pronounce things in the Spanish way, and sometimes I don't. I think usually I pronounce things in the Spanish way, and that time it came out like Latin American Spanish for some reason. Cannot tell you why. Well, that was fun. I want to check on something really quickly before I set that song to having been played, because I'm curious. 8 months ago, okay. I wanted to see how long ago was it that I had played it. I've never played it on the guitar, I don't think. Spanish be a problem when it comes to idioms. Yes, indeed. Not all, well, since Spanish is spoken in so many countries in so many parts of the world, not all idioms translate the way one would think. Alrighty, we have Ska Virino by Esperanto Desperado. Alright, I think that makes it a ukulele song, even though, well, it only has 3 chords. So would that make it... I try not to do that, Korako. Can you imagine how annoying that would be? Oh my gosh. Let's try it on the guitar. I feel like the more guitar songs I play, the quicker I'm going to get. I know what to do. I know. If you guys would permit me to change the order of the songs in the queue so that I can try and stretch myself to play things on the guitar, I'm going to have a quick look here. Pretty sure Champs-Élysées, yeah. I'm just going to change the order a little bit here. I'm going to move Ska Virino down. And I'm going to play Aux Champs-Élysées, if that's all right with everybody. I do understand that, but that doesn't mean it's not annoying if somebody changes their accent all the time. If that would be just how they talk all the time, that's hard to imagine. We're going to play Aux Champs-Élysées on the ukulele to give my hand a rest and my brain a rest, but I feel like switching back and forth from ukulele to guitar is a really good challenge in terms of cementing the differences, so that basically my brain is now going, okay, G is shaped like this on the ukulele and D is shaped like this on the guitar, exactly the same shape, and the guitar shape for G is like, I can remember that in my brain, and I'm going to go right back to it in the next song. So I'm like becoming bilingual in my instruments here. I'm very excited about. All right, are there any chords that I don't know very well here? Okay. How do you learn if not by making mistakes? That's exactly how you learn. Yes, indeed. It's just, I have patience for mistakes when I'm trying to learn something new. When I'm making a mistake just because I'm out of practice, I have much less patience with it, because I remember when I knew how not to do that. Yes, I'm becoming bi-instrumental, but very little bit, very slowly. I'm becoming very slightly bi-instrumental. Okay, let's try it. The intro goes... Hopefully that was the right tempo. However, we're out of tune. That's worse. Je me baladais sur l'avenue, le cœur ouvert à l'inconnu. J'avais envie de dire bonjour. Okay. Deep breath, we're starting over. What's wrong with me today? I don't know. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I'm leveling up. That's what I'm calling it. When I try to do something and I fail and I try again. Je me baladais sur l'avenue, le cœur ouvert à l'inconnu. J'avais envie de dire bonjour à n'importe qui. Ce fut toi, je t'ai dit n'importe quoi. Il suffisait de te parler pour t'apprivoiser. Aux Champs-Élysées, Aux Champs-Élysées, au soleil, sur la pluie, à midi ou à minuit, il y a tout ce que vous voulez. Aux Champs-Élysées. Verse 2. Tu m'as dit j'ai rendez-vous dans un sous-sol avec des fous qui vivent la guitare à la main du soir au matin. Alors je t'ai accompagné, on a chanté, on a dansé et l'on n'a même pas pensé à s'embrasser. Aux Champs-Élysées, aux Champs-Élysées, au soleil, sous la pluie, à midi ou à minuit, il y a tout ce que vous voulez. Aux Champs-Élysées, il y a tout ce que vous voulez. Aux Champs-Élysées. Oh wait, there's more. It was a very slow scroll. Hier soir, deux inconnus, et ce matin sur l'avenue, deux amoureux, tout est outil par la longue nuit. Et de la toile à la concorde d'une orchestre a mis le corps. Tous les oiseaux du point du jour chantent l'amour. Aux Champs-Élysées, aux Champs-Élysées, au soleil, sur la pluie, à midi ou à minuit, il y a tout ce que vous voulez. Aux Champs-Élysées, il y a tout ce que vous voulez. Aux Champs-Élysées. Okay, I find it hilarious that the tout étourdi was what got my tongue twisted up. That was the one place that I got caught. Pronunciation, I have to say, is coming quite a bit easier this year than this time last year. There's nothing like exposure. Language learning is comprehensible input, or at least somewhat comprehensible input. Gotta keep listening. Alrighty. Thanks for requesting that. Whoever requested that. I enjoy that song. Constellacio requested that. Thank you for requesting that one. Oh, and for dancing along. I love to see the dancing. French pronunciation is crazy. It is. All right, so now we're going back to the guitar. We're trying Scavirino, which only has mostly 2 chords, barely 3 chords. So, I should be able to do it right. Most of these songs that I'm trying on the guitar, I haven't tried on the guitar before, but that doesn't mean we can't do it. Now, I don't have tabs for this. I don't have a chord chart where the chords are written with the lyrics. I have the lyrics and I know approximately how the song should sound, so that I know it has a G. Oh no. I haven't done an upstroke ska stroke. I haven't tried to play a ska song with an upstroke since I started growing my nails. I have, for the first time in, I can't remember how long, you can see, grown enough nails to slightly be able to pick on the guitar or on the ukulele. This is an amazing success. They always break before they get to this length. But it's a little much for an upstroke. I want to do that with a pad, and the nail is getting in the way. So we'll see what happens. It has a G, it has a D, And how do I play the D and mute the strings that are up here? With a D on the ukulele, I play all the strings. With a D, if I literally hold some of the strings down with my thumb, I do not understand the mechanics of what I need to do. And a C, it has a C. Why is it that I don't have chords written? I know I have chords written out somewhere. It's not in my streamer song list. That means it's in Google Docs. I have this written out somewhere. Please do not make me two-factor authenticate myself. I beg you. I don't want to. I just don't want to. I hope this works the first try. It's gonna make me. Yep. Okay, I have to go find my phone. Where did I put my phone? There it is. Across the room. Yes, it's I think that's in my song list. Joël Rabou sings it. I think that's in my song list, isn't it? All right, two-factor authentication. Gmail. Please let me in. It's me. It's just me. Yes, it's me. Thank you. Okay. Scavirino. Okay, it's not in that account. Why do I have so many accounts? You'd think I was like unorganized or something? At least now I can two-factor authenticate myself very quickly because my phone is right here. All right. Let's see if Scavirino's in here. Also not. What? So confused because I swear I had it all tabbed out somewhere. Oh, I do have it. Okay, good. I was hoping. All right. Means we have to make it up as we go along. I'm trying to figure out where the chord changes come. It's like almost never. Okay. All right, we figured it out. Okay. All right, the C is where? Oh, it sounds awful. We're going to the ukulele because I cannot mute the non-open strings when I'm doing a ska upstroke. I don't know how to do that on the guitar yet. That's a level up that will be for later. All right. La nascotasca. Let's try again. La nascotasca en la cariba maro estis charma kai bel. Oh heck. Bella per rulante kai movante en la akvo exotica Jamaica vesper mi cantas ska virino venu dansu con mi ska virino venu dansu con mi Gisla nocto fin. Any strato de Kingston Town vivis viro con sia virin. Sabat vespere ili iris alla club. Iliai corpoi dansis tre intime kai flustris. Ska virino venu dansu con mi. Ska virino venu dansu con mi Gisla. Why is it? Gisla nocto fin. La nascotasca, oh, la cariba maro estis charma kai bella after rulante kai movante en la akvo exotica Jamaica vesper mi cantas ska virino venu dansu con mi. Ska virino venu dansu con mi Gisla nocto fin 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 Oh, I can't say it was all that much better on the ukulele than it probably would have been on the guitar had I gone for it, but the strings that didn't belong, I didn't know how to prevent them from sounding. So thank you for those dancing emotes. Do you all know the dance that goes along with that song? There's a specific dance that goes along with that song. It's in the music video. In case, you ever go to a concert where they play that and there's like a space for dancing, then that's the dance. It goes like that. All right. Next on the list, I am, if you hadn't noticed, you probably did notice, running through the songs relatively quickly, and that's because I already streamed for 3 hours, more than 3 hours before I started doing music, so I'm not trying to stretch out 12 songs to be another 3 hours. No, we don't have an emote for that, but I just wanted you to know that's how you do the dance, if there is a dance. Maybe we could make an emote that does that. I don't think my little crocodile could ever do that dance because the arms are too short. That would look so cute, though. If my crocodile could do that dance, I know a guy I could talk to. Okay, what's in my queue? La vivo rosas. All right. This would be really pretty on the guitar, but it's got way too many chords for me to be able. I have in the past had some introductory conversations with Count about the theoretical possibility of hiring him to do some emotes for me at some time when he had some time. It might be worth bringing it up again. I'm gonna go do something really quick. I will be right back. I need to do something about an audio issue. I'm assuming you guys can hear what I hear. Well, now it's quiet. There's a television in the background, and I need to do something for sound insulation. I'll be right back. Okay, that should be better. The dream. Oh my gosh, right? I mean, the Count, right? I don't know. I might like a capo. I'm going to try this with a capo. No, I don't know. Guys, I might have to start over. I'm going to try it without a capo and we'll see what happens. Ukulele aientelir, kiel resisti haritet de tiu cor vibrica vir, cun kiu eblas nur recet. Se li circa bragas min, cae diras amatin, por mi la vivo rosas. Amon flustras lia bush, cun sorcio cae cortush, jes kvankam li nur prosas. Mi nun plenas je la rich, de ravam felic, cae tio nur li causas. Li estas mia milia dum viv, tion promesis li por tuta vivo. Ja suficias mir rigard, perdigas la singard, en corord. Ni amas nocte gis plensat, felicias firme kiel roc, la vivo gvidas nin cun glat. What the heck's a D minor 6? Wait. Glad. I figured it out. Whoa. Plesure brie gis suffoc. Se li circa bragas min, cae diras amatin, por mi la vivo rosas. Amon flustras lia bush, cun sorcio cae cortush, jes kvankam li nur prosas. Mi nun plenas je la rich, de rava am felic, cae tio nur li causas. Li estas mia milia dum viv, promesis li por tuta vivo. Ja suficias mir rigard, perdigas la singard, ancora. Well, I have found myself on occasion in the last song, not this one, the last ukulele song, struggling with the speed of the nerve connection between. It's not just the muscle memory of which finger shape am I doing to make a G or a D or whatever. It's how quickly do the nerve fibers send that correct information? And do I, because of there being extra information, hesitate and go back and forth between the two and be like, wait, which one am I doing again? That's been happening a little bit. This song didn't hit me that way quite so much. I think probably because it's 2 ukulele songs in a row, so that gave me a chance to kind of like settle in. I'm so overheated. I have a hydrating beverage. That's very helpful. All right. So, what I would like, you've got a friend in me. I have a note here that says either no capo or capo 5. And recently I've been feeling like when I see that, I'm like, oh, I already know. I'm going to feel more comfortable if I put a capo on 5. This is already transposed, but I think that note is about, oh, that's a lot. I forgot how many. That's so many chords. Ĉu vi povas havi glaciaĵon? Mi povas teorie se la ingrediencoj estas ĝustaj. Mi dubas ĉu estas tia glaciaĵo en la domo. It's just really weird that the weather was like nearly 80 today on February 22nd. Like, why? It's like, I haven't lived in this part of the country, in this part of the world for that long. Only like 3 years. Yeah, 3 years. But it makes me wonder, like, is that really normal? It doesn't feel normal for it to be that warm quite yet. All right. This has a lot of chords. This is one of those ones, it's like kind of jazzy, right? And also because of the place that they put their ads. I mean, like, maybe someday I'll become a premium member of Uku Tabs so that I don't have to look at the ads. But because of the way they put their ads, I have to, in order to see what I'm doing, I have to cover the chat, unfortunately, while I am playing the song. And that's not the best, but it is what it is, unfortunately. I'll read what you all have to say when I'm done playing the song, right? Right. I mean, maybe I could move the chat over there. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll try anything once. It feels weird to look over there to see what you guys are saying. I feel like I prefer to look at the camera to see what you guys are saying. This could just make everybody seasick for me to move that like that. All right. A flat 7, go home, you're drunk. Why are you like you are? Why? Why are you like this? That's hard. Okay, that's a chord I should be able to play. I just don't have any muscle memory for it yet. You've got a friend in me. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're capoing. Capoing and going down. That's what we're doing. All right. Turning on auto scroller. You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old pal said. Boy, you've got a friend in me. Yeah, you've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. You've got troubles, well, I've got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, we can see it through, 'cause you've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. Oh no, there's a bridge. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, bigger and stronger too, maybe. But none of them will ever love you the way I do. Oh, 8, 7. The way I do. It's me and you, boy. I made it through the bridge. And as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. Boy, you've got a friend in me. Yeah, you've got a friend in me. One more time. You've got a friend in me. That's a lot of chords, and the one that I choked on several times was G flat diminished 7. And I went, okay, I'm suddenly confused between G flat diminished 7 and A flat 7. Oh, they're so similar. That's why it worked. Okay, so here's what happened. I choked. I couldn't remember G flat diminished 7, and it's a C diminished 7 but moved up 1. Of course. Right? No, wait, it's the same. What? Anyway, the hand shape is quite different, but the chord shape is almost the same as the A flat 7. So when I got confused and I played the A flat 7 instead of the G flat diminished 7, it didn't sound too bad. It was pretty close. It was kind of like, okay, this works. All right. There's another one that's like super jazzy, lots of chords, very uncomfortable for me, but getting better. I do feel like I like singing it with the capo on 5. I like that. It's not that I don't have the range to sing it higher, it's that I'm a really, really, really lazy soprano. All right, we're going back to normal, where I can look at you guys over here. That's normal. Otherwise, I feel weird. So weird. All right, we're going back to the cue. Hope your week is going okay, everybody. Some weeks are a struggle. This week has been a little bit of a struggle for me. Ne normalas, nur kutimas. I love it, but I don't know it. I mean, I know it, but I don't. It's not on my list. I don't know it like that. No. I love that song. Okay. What's the chords on this song? We got a D and a G and an A and a C. Oh, and then there's that weird thing at the end of the chorus. Okay. Like, we could have maybe played this on the guitar, but there's a weird thing that I struggle with on the ukulele, and I definitely would struggle with it on the guitar. This is so bright. Sorry, this is so bright. It's reflecting off my glasses, I can tell. Put my chin down. It won't. All right. Why do I feel like I'm out of tune all day? Okay. No. Sorry, guys. I can see clearly now the rain has gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain has gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. Here is that rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Look all around, there's nothing but blue skies. Look straight can get this. I can get this. I can get through this part. Blue sky. And we're back to the tonic. Woo. I think I can make it now. The pain has gone, and all of the bad feelings have disappeared. I can see clearly now. The rain has gone. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. That's a tough one. Someday I will level up and be able to play that song properly. I like it. Doesn't mean I can do it justice yet. Working on that one. All right, we have a request for Get Lucky. Oh my goodness. That one's like both way hard and way easy at the same time, if that makes any sense. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think I'm up for this one today. It's I think this one is beyond my capacity, given that I've been streaming for over 5 hours. And I should have taken that into account when it came to like how long I gamed for before I did music, but I feel like every song I play on a day that isn't Monday is leveling up in a way that I wouldn't have otherwise been doing, since like a month ago I was only doing music on Monday. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for understanding. I really appreciate it. I'm going to put it on the saved queue. How do I do that? One of these days I'm going to remember how to do that. I click on it. Then there we go. I did it. Ooh. All right, I put that in the saved queue. Okay, and also I need to check the saved queue for anything else that needs to be taken care of. And there's nothing on there that can be taken care of today. Okay, we're going to try Blue Moon of Kentucky. It says capo 2, but before I stick the capo on there, I have to figure out whether I'm going to be doing it on the uke or the guitar. I'm going to try it on the guitar, you guys. I'm going to try it. I'm excited. It's a G and a C and a D. Songs don't get any more simple than that, do they? I mean, it's not like G and C are easy, but they're easier than a lot of other songs. You know what's amazing about this guitar is it never needs tuning. Ever, ever. Ever, ever, ever. All right, capo 2. And you know what else I love? That these capos work for my ukulele and the guitar. Both. That's absolutely lovely. All right. Let's give it a go. Why am I such a struggle bus? Okay. Blue Moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and proved untrue. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. It was on one moonlit night, the stars were shining bright, when they whispered from on high, your love has said goodbye. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and said goodbye. I said, blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Oh, shine on the one that's gone and proved untrue. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. And it was on one moonlit night, the stars were shining bright, when they whispered from on high, your love has said goodbye. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and said goodbye. Shine on the one that's gone and said goodbye. I'm not used to the sound of the guitar on that song. I don't know. It felt like the amount of continuing sound, like I'm used to the ukulele where the sound doesn't keep going because the strings aren't metal. The strings are made of plastic except for the G string, which is an octave lower than usual and therefore made of metal in order to make that happen. I'm used to the sound stopping sooner, and with this the sound just keeps going and going and going, and for some reason that struck my ear as weird, and I just didn't feel like I was getting in the groove. But everything's gonna be different, of course. Playing a different instrument, that's natural. I just don't know that I liked it better. And I've always felt like there are some songs that I play on the ukulele that honestly aren't meant to be played on the ukulele, and I can't wait until I can level up and play them on the guitar. But I'm not sure that that one is one of them that I feel that way about it. And it's not that it's obviously meant to be played on the guitar, but my ear isn't feeling that way for some reason. Don't know why. All right. We are at 10 of 12 songs, and even though I'm kind of tired, that's because the moon keeps on shining. Of course, water, you get it. I don't know why I don't get it. Even though we've been streaming for over 5 hours, and at all, I still think I can do 2 more songs. So, consider this your last chance to request a song. And I'm kind of having a look as well at what I might like to play if nobody does request a song. I don't know why there's so many bots in here. That makes me a little nervous. I know, they're mostly harmless, but mostly harmless, as you know. All right, let's see. Maybe we do... Let's try... Oh, it's been ages since I played Morning is Broken. Let's see. Do that. It has a boatload of chords. You know, if I don't want to be continuously tuning my ukulele, I could stop using the capo. Oh, I played the, yeah. Guys, I'm going to be doing the capo moving trick for the change in, this has just way too many chords. No, that's where we start. Morning has broken like the first morning. Blackbird has spoken like the first bird. Praise for the singing, praise for the morning, praise for them springing fresh from the world. Let's see if I can't do the interlude or not. Sometimes it works. Oh no, that's a B minor. Oh well. We're gonna just run with it. Sweet the rain's new fall, sunlit from heaven, like the first dew fall on the first grass. Praise for the sweetness of the wet garden, sprung in completeness where his feet pass. Arvista, hello, how are you? That doesn't look like RimWorld. I changed my category to music. Did I not hit the done button? Shoot! I changed my category to music before I took my break, which was like 2 hours ago, and I didn't hit the done button. Thank you so much for letting me know that I was in the wrong category this whole time. Oh well. This song is really hard because it has a lot of chords, and so I'm using your entry as an excuse to get away with not playing the interlude that has the key change and not playing the second half of the song because ouch, it's too many chords. My brain can't do it. So I'm trying a new thing. I appreciate you helping out so very much. I'm trying a new thing. I want to do more music, but I don't know about my brain and my stamina and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to start by adding some music at the end of my streams and just seeing how do I do? How does that work? Can I do it? Just to try and get basically more practice in so that I'm not so bad at so many songs. So I'm trying to get better. So that's the thing that I'm doing these days. Yeah, I think it's so far so good. I have a request for Blovas Lovent. That's the Esperanto version of Blowin' in the Wind. I've started streaming to force myself to practice more. See, that was my plan at the beginning too. And way back then, like 4 years ago, I was doing majority music streams and only a few gaming streams. And then I got a better computer and I could play more games, and then I got a better computer and I could play more games, and then I played more games, and you know how that goes. Well, music is fun, but games are games, right? All right, we'll try this. I haven't done any finger plucky stuff, and I've got these brand new nails that I grew special for the occasion, so I'm going to try them out and see how it goes. This might be our last song. Second to last song, maybe? Brand new nails. Still a little flat there. sharp. What's wrong with my brain today? Close enough. Not close enough. Wow. Okay, we're going back to the tuner. I hate to do this to you guys. Some days I can tune by ear and some days it's not working. Hope this is better. It's better. Kiom da foioi lawiru lahom Gis estos li hom laumerit Yes ja kiom da maroi lau shwebu kolomb Gis ci dormo sur strando confid Yes ja kiom da foioi plupafos canon Gis cessos porciam milit Respondon amica ni blovas la vent That was an A7. Respondon ni blovas la vent. Scrolling. Kiom cielon rigardu la homa, gis vidos li pli ol la ter. Yes, ja, kiom horeloi plutaugas ali, gis audigas plorate miser. Yes, ja, kiom da mortoi convincos lin, che tro multa in mortigis sufer. Respondon amica, ni blovas la vent. That darn A7 jumping in there again. Respondon ni blovas la vent. Let's try that recantaggio de nove. Respondon amica, ni blovas la vent. There we go. Respondon ni blovas la vent. Kiom da jaroj existu montar, gis la vicios al maro hugi. Yes, ja, kiom da jaroj existu hom grup, gis rompicios malam tradici. Yes, ja, kiom turnante la capon povas hom pretendi che ne vidas li. Respondon amic, ni blovas la vent. Respondon ni blovas la vent. Respondon amica, ni blovas la vent. Respondon ni blovas la vent. An oldie but a goodie. First time I've tried that with actual fingernails. I usually use plucking tools of a variety of, shapes depending on which finger they go on. I can't say I think that the quality of sound is better with actual nails. I think it's not. But it does save me the time of putting them on and taking them off and putting them on and taking them off. And the time that I think that is especially appreciated is if it's a live concert. If it's a stream, I actually want to have a little bit more slush time so that I can, people don't want to sit in a concert venue for as much time as people are willing to, tune in when they're comfy at home. That's just a completely different thing, and it's natural. But when it's a concert, then I try and song with a very little bit of talking in between so that I can get a nice number of songs in before people are like, I need to stand up and stretch and walk around, because y'all can take a stretch break whenever you need. And frankly, so can I. And I love that about Twitch. Okay. We have, I played a song that I didn't put on the list. What was it? Oh my gosh. Morning Has Broken. That's what it was. Oh, hello? Korako. Korandankon. My goodness. You keep spoiling me. Thank you so much for your kindness and for your support. It means the world. I am going to put Morning Has Broken on the list just so that I can check it off the list so that it shows as played today. Because I'm trying to do a better job at keeping track of when do I play what so that it doesn't look like I've never played a song when actually I've probably played it 3 or 4 times but never put it on the list. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna not try to make sense of that. That's good. Nonsense is appreciated. Nonsense is totally appreciated. What are we gonna do for an ending song today? That's a rhetorical question. I'm gonna pick an ending song. What am I gonna pick? That's also a rhetorical question. Maybe let's do some Mr. Rogers. I like it. I'm gonna do It's You I Like. Oh, heck, wait. I've got my Esperanto tabs up. Do you guys care which language I sing this in? I don't have my English tabs fixed. I have to remember to do that. Sorry guys. Gonna have to sing this in Esperanto because my English tabs are messed up. Mi amas fin, ne gravas la harara, nec kion vi surportas, nec la foia farar. Kiel vi ja nun profunde en anim. Oh no, I forgot what G minor 7 looked like. There we go. Ne indas kashi vin. Kiel do mi amas vin. Mi amas vin. Mi amas ciun parton, kai emocian farton gisorcigas min. Bon volure memori, kai al vi ripetucin, que mi amas fin, kai mi ŝatas vin. Jes, vin, ja vin, mi amas vin. Why do we have to end? Bar chord. Okay, that is struggle-some, has lots of chords and jazziness, and I keep I need to find the other versions of some of those chords, because there are chords in there where there are open strings. I need to find versions of all of those chords where there are no open strings, because I want to be able to just mute in between all of the chords, and I can't do it when there's open strings. It doesn't work that way nearly as well. I mean, I'm sure that talented musicians can do that. Musicians, not me. Is that the name of a song? Harpista, is that the name of a song? I don't. Is it, what? Oh, no, it's the song in English is It's You I Like. The title in Esperanto is I Love You. But that's just for prosody, because it flows better in the rhythm of the music, the way the music is written, than It's You I Like does in Esperanto. Actually, to be honest, it's about the way the words roll off the tongue, and the way the shape of the sound. It could, I said it was because of the rhythm, and now that I'm thinking about it, that's not true. The number of the syllables and the way the syllables fall, it's all fine. Well, if you're gonna, I like you and I love you have the same number of syllables in Esperanto, just like in English. But It's You I Like has a lot more syllables in Esperanto than it does in English. And I wouldn't have to do it that way. I could have said, I like you. But it doesn't hit right somehow. And honestly, I took the liberty because I felt like the way that I chose to say it wound up doing a fine job at honoring the meaning behind the words. Music lyrics, translating songs, it's harder than translating but translating songs is harder than translating poetry, because you have the melodic line and where the meaning falls in the melody, etc. Translating poetry is harder than translating prose, because you've got rhythm and rhyme and all of that stuff to deal with. So it's kind of the end of line difficulty level. And there's quite a handful of songs that I've translated here, but also songs that are translated by other people in my list. But thank you all so much for hanging out for a super long stream. It's been 5.5 hours. I got in a good 3 hours of gaming and a good 2.5 hours of music. And I feel amazing about that, because I wasn't so sure that I was going to be all that capable today. Yes, I can set that as played. It's sitting right in front of me, just waiting for me to click the button. Thank you so much for coming by, Harpista. I hope that I'm saying your name the way you love to hear it said. It kind of could go maybe I need to not pronounce the H. Harpista. Like that? Is it Is it more arpista than harpista? Arpista, like in Spanish, does it have a rolled R like in Spanish? Arpista. Cool. I didn't know that was the word in Spanish. So here I am learning a word in Spanish. I love it. We had a tiny bit of Spanish earlier today in the stream. The teeny tiniest bit, you're lazy and don't roll it. I gotta tell you, boy, howdy, that's the sign of how tired I am. When I'm speaking is, does my R roll or not? It's if I am tired, it does not. If I am super tired, it does not roll in the same way that it would if I were not tired. Gotta tell you, there's something about being a native English speaker that was never exposed to rolling R's until I was how old? Technically speaking, 11, but in terms of a classroom situation, more like 12 or 13, 12, I guess. I think I started Spanish when I was 12. I'm trying to remember now. My memory has gone to pot. That's okay. There's plenty of nice things about me that don't have anything to do with my capacity to remember things. I'm sure there's things left over that are good besides that. My brain doesn't work in the same way it used to, and I kind of miss it a little bit. Honestly, I do. That is all of the songs that we are going to have here today, but I'm sure that I can find someone to raid who will provide you with more music. I'm hoping that I can find a musician to raid. If I can't, then why am I not following more musicians? It's sometimes I choose a non-musician to raid even when I was doing music, but let's see. I tend to keep raiding people that are never starting before me or never finishing before me. Thank you. She tends to have huge numbers. That's a lot of people in there. Is it polite to go in when I'm a smaller streamer? Maybe it's not. Rating up that high is a little awkward. I have like a huge list of music streamers. It's just like I've gotten myself into this place where there's certain streamers that I know really well and everybody else I barely know. So I guess I need to just be brave and raid somebody that I don't know that well. And I always feel a little bit nervous because every once in a while we don't have a good time. Like I raided somebody the other day and I got myself banned almost like within 2 minutes. I was banned. And I really didn't mean any harm, honestly, but I managed to piss them off and I got banned. So I feel a little extra nervous because of having had that experience this week. Yeah, and Constellatio as well. So hopefully this will go better. If we set that as the bar, I'm sure this will go better. First, I do a shout out, you guys, in case somebody doesn't get raptured. We are picking Cliff Stallings' music today, who is streaming music. And hang on, first, I really ought to check to see how long they've been streaming. Because if they're like about to raid, they've been like, it's just over an hour. This is awesome. Great. All right, so we're going to do that. And yay. Okay, we are on our way, and I'm trying to not put things in your ears that you're not ready for yet. You do not need to be hearing a HelloFresh commercial. It's not the idea. I wish that while I am streaming and looking for someone to raid, did not have to listen to a commercial. But hey, that's how it's going. Oh, I see people I know. Okay, cool. We're going to head over there. I really appreciate you all so very much. I've been struggling mightily the last few weeks in like how I'm doing, how I'm feeling, and you guys really help me feel so much better. Just getting to spend time with you and play silly games and make music and everything. Just I can't even tell you. Makes a humongous difference in my life. I'm so grateful to have you in my life right now. You're wonderful human beings. Thank you for being you, just exactly the way you are. As our dear friend Mr. Rogers would have said. Excuse me, my face is leaking. That was not the intention. We're going to go to the ending screen real quick so you don't have to watch that and we can see the credits, because credits are awesome. Here we go.